Greetings, mortals, and welcome once again to Ark protecting his voice by drinking a non-carbonated beverage and not doing his intro correctly. When last we left off, we had just finished taking control of basically the entire coast of South Africa, as well as, and by South Africa, I do not mean the country, I mean like the southern half of Africa. Congo is in fact our vassal, and we're doing pretty well over here. Right now, we are in May of 1550, and I do not appear to have any noise. Why? Oh, yes, because this is not plugged in. So, oh, look at that. That makes things much nicer when you actually turn on the sound. Okay, I'm not whispering for any particular reason. I'm just doing it because. So, we have just finished integrating one of our vassals. We just finished integrating whatever they were called. They lost their cores? Golconda. Or Golconda. That's interesting. They lost all their cores. So they must lose any cores that they aren't their primary thing when they get annexed as vassal. Hey, Shiki, how's it going? So, now we are in pretty good shape. Do we have to continue further east in order to get Belarus? Let's figure out what we actually need for this. Because I want to actually get that sooner rather than later. So, we need... It doesn't look like we need... We actually don't need anything that Bengal currently controls, it looks like. So we're missing... about half of what we need. So we need to go in against Jaunpur. We need to go in against Mewar. We need to go do a lot against Gujarat. We can take 3 of them with Idar pretty easily. Do I want to continue expanding Jharkhand, or do I want to just... I think I'm going to annex them. I'm going to do that now rather than... Okay, not now, but soon. I think I'm actually going to play the slow game over here. Let's see. Looks like we have 3 total provinces that we can play with for colonial control here. So we can just grab 2 provinces off of Cusco, either later or now, but probably later. To handle that, we need to move the rest of our army over so that we can go in against Gujarat. We currently have 4 claims against them. They are allied with the Timurids. Timurids are reasonably large, but they are a complete joke compared to us. In terms of Navy, though, my Navy is actually probably pretty far behind technologically. I obviously have a shit ton of boats, which came from somewhere. I have 5 Carracks. Just chilling here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use you to get everybody back. So we're going to bring everybody back to India. It's time to start consolidating power in India. We've already gotten conquests over most of the African territories that we actually need. We'll have Congo continue taking control of territory over here and just conquering their way through. Congo is probably going to be just... I'm just going to expand them to take control of all of this, probably, and just leave them like that. That's going to be one of my permanent vassals, is my thinking. Let's see here, because that will give us a lot of control over some fun stuff. So we have reduced our diplomatic annexation costs, which is nice. Do we want a +1 to our diplo relations limit? We haven't really needed... I think that we're gonna want to do that eventually, because we're gonna start. So one of the things that you have to do to sort of maximize your expansion is, I have permanent claims over here in Kedah. So what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to come over here and basically take over all of their territory and feed it to a vassal. And I could probably use them for it if I wanted. It's tempting to use Ayutthaya, but Ayutthaya is actually tiny now. For whatever reason, Lanzhang has gotten rid of all of their cores. I'm not sure how they annihilated all those cores, but they seem to have done so. This is who? This is Lanzhang. So they have a ton of cores. And Champa's here. Do we have any dead nations here? So Dai Viet is having troubles, but I don't think they're going to want to become a vassal. They're still too big for that. Ah, yes. Pegu might be a valid rival, or a valid vassal for me. I can offer them vassalization already, and they would allow me to easily expand outward, I think. Which one's Pegu? Yes. So Pegu has a lot of cores here that I could reclaim if I just get them as a vassal. So we're going to start working on getting them as a vassal, start improving our relations with them. And once we are done with that, we'll be all set. You guys, I'll need to start getting over toward Gujarat. How do I have... I presumably have thinger with them because it's 22, that's 19. 19 is less than 22. Math is good. That's why I'm the math streamer. Because I can do basic arithmetic. Do I want to declare war on Tripura first? I should probably declare war on Tripura first, right? At least one of these. And I guess I can get war taxes coming in soon. Give me a second to build some manufactories. And let's see. Any of our stuff up here need manufactories? It doesn't look like it. It looks like we mostly profit off of stuff down here. So the things that we need are predominantly... that is 88% now. We predominantly need to increase our control over the Gujarat node. Once we take control of this trade node, we will basically have pretty full control over this node as well, I think. So yeah, Gujarat has 126 in this node, which means once we get rid of that, all of this is going to be sent here. So we will be losing a bunch less of this. So it looks like Malwa is actually collecting here. So we'll need to take Malwa out as well. But Malwa only has 86. They're reasonably small. We need to get some claims going on them, I think. We actually have one claim on them right now, but we're not going to do that. That would be silly. Okay, we're going to wait a bit just to get our stuff going. We have our troops coming back over from Africa. Turns out that you can just walk across Africa. I don't think I've ever actually had a colonial empire this major in Africa before. And the reason I say that, I've done a world conquest, so I've obviously conquered all of Africa before, but I don't really consider it a colonial empire if you're just walking in and conquering everybody. That's a different kind of deal than doing the sort of more strategic conquering the coasts thing, like what I'm doing right now. I don't know who reached where. Where the hell are you going? Oh, these are the caravels. Okay, that's not important. Who reached where? Oh, gotcha. Okay, I don't have... Okay, I understand now. I lost my my military access. Okay, so Gujarat is a non-factor. The Timurids are a little bit scary, but not that scary. And it's actually good for me to get them a little bit more under control. And I'm going to be doing that by punching them in the face. I might actually want to use this war as an opportunity to weaken them dramatically. I don't need to, necessarily. But if I break the Timurids a bit, just sort of take over some of their territories and start pounding into them, that could potentially help me down the road. So I think I'm probably going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and recruit some generals, because, you know, why not? This guy's not terrible. You know what, I'm going to recruit two. And this guy is terrible. And I'm going to recruit another one. Okay, so... So you guys have made it, and now 94%. You guys are fine. I'm going to send them back over here and get the rest of my army. I'm going to bring my entire army to bear before I go in, because of the fact that the Timurids do have a reasonably strong army, and I don't want to be underestimating how strong they're going to be. It would be very easy for me to underestimate them, and that's not how I want to play this. We have 4 total claims here, it looks like. And we're going to basically just go in, eat those 4 claims, and then we'll start annexing. Why am I improving my relations with them? Never mind. They have very colorful flags, but I am easily confused. So we are annexing you. You have a truce with us for a while. You are diplo-annexable, but I'm probably not going to bother. Who else is on the list? The other thing that I need to do is I need to figure out where I'm going to be, like, who I'm going to use as vassals. I could use Malacca as a vassal, potentially. I'm not sure who I want to use as a vassal right now. Cancel. So, who's this? Oh, this is Pegu. So Pegu, I have a active claim for. Am I improving? Yes. Sorry, easily distractible. So Pegu is going to get I guess be the group that takes control of this, and I'll need to figure out who down here is going to be my vassal. It might just be Ligor, because why not? Ligor has experience with the vassal arts and can be made very useful for that agenda. So we're going to move you guys up to Kuch, and we are going to move you to Kuch as well. And I guess we should check how many... So they have 60,000 troops now. They have a force limit of 64,000, so they're never going to be coming anywhere near us. That's just not feasible for them. So Timurids are still not on the list. Timurids. Sometimes these large nations have more ships than you would expect. I wish you could... Oh, you can search this! Did they add this recently? Oh my god, this changes everything. Am I blind, or did this get added? That's crazy. Okay, so they have 1 heavy ship. I don't have to worry about them then, because we have 7, and we're going to consolidate them together. It's been there the whole time. Wow. Do you know how much time I've wasted on streams looking for things on that list and not searching? More than I'm willing to admit, and I'm willing to admit quite a lot of time. So, they have their army right there. So I think what we're going to do is there any reason to do anything here? I don't think so. I'm going to let the vassals deal with this stuff here while I move myself forward into Idar. So basically the goal is just going to be, hey, I had a competent cousin. Okay. So the Timurids have a fleet right here, just chilling. I'm going to wait for my fleet to repair. I'm actually going to upgrade these ships. So I'm going to wait for them to upgrade, and then I'm going to pull them out. And say hello. So we only have 4 peeps out. It looks like we have people going elsewhere, though. I really wish there was a more permanent way to get this done, because it's kind of annoying having to do this every time. Okay, you are set. You are set. Okay, you are set. We're all fine. I wish if you clicked on the button, it would automatically put new provinces obtained into those things, but c'est la vie. Okay, so now is probably the time to declare war, because we've got so many troops here, and these guys are probably going to flee anyway. It's entirely possible that Bengal's fleet is sufficient to actually pin down the entire enemy. No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen at all, so fine. It's not a big deal now. So we'll just... what is your Diplotech? Because I have not upgraded Diplotech in probably several decades. They have Diplotech 10. I have... Okay, never mind. So we have the same Diplotech. They can't have that much better of a fleet than us in terms of technology. So it's fine. I'll be able to deal with them later. We can go ahead and just make this declaration. And we can take Jalavad as the war goal. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put the competent people in charge of things. So this army is going to be my primary assault force. This only has... This doesn't have any of my cannons. Oh, an assault force with no cannons is not an optimal assault force at all. I'll have to send some cannons in. This will be my siege unit, which it already is. So the siege unit's just going to pop down here and start sieging. And then we're going to basically just move the rest of our army forward to hopefully victory. Do I want to send out 15 ships? I feel like I probably should. Because, I mean, we've got... a pretty sizable advantage here, even without any of those silly little transports involved. This is not a fort. Can we drive up to you? Where are you? They're going to Jaisalmer, which is desert. This is also desert. We're going to cancel their movement, and then we're going to dive in on them. And we should be able to wipe them here, probably. Well, no. I will be able to win the fight, trivially, but we won't be able to wipe them. Rank 11 military. We are rank 12, so we do have a slight advantage over them militarily. I think it's actually more than slight. I think we have a... I think at rank 11 there is a... Oh, rank 12, rather, there's a military tactics upgrade, which has a huge effect. Plus, when you're a major power, you have a tendency to stack a bunch of morale bonuses and stuff like that as well. And we also have 10% discipline, which I completely forgot about. So we have more morale, we have more troops that are flanking them, and we literally wiped their army with no cannons. Not too shabby. Okay. So, that army's down. And I guess... What are you... Army just chilling. Just be chilling. So what am I doing now? Oh, we're going to have these guys split, I think. Do I want to just pop in? I think I do. We're just going to have this army pop in there. These guys are going to pop over to Patan, and it should be fine. Okay, wow, that escalated quickly. So this guy is locked into Probandar. We're going to pop over there. And we haven't wiped their army. I'm wondering whether we want to carpet siege them or not. Because if I want to mess with the Timurids, Because the Timurids have some disasters that probably have a chance to proc based off of them having troubles. I'm going to figure out what you actually need for that. I don't actually know what causes the Timurids to collapse, but I know that they can. So... Interesting. So the Timurids have vassals that they need to worry about. So the Timurid disaster is probably... Oh, this is a suggestion. It looks like they might have actually survived whatever happens first. That might be exclusively an early game thing because I don't see anything here indicating a Timurid explosion mechanic. So let's see here. We have 22,000 troops right here. We are going to drop them over here somewhere. We do not have military access here, so we can safely just walk in. Now the key is, do we want... Okay. Oh, actually, forgot to leave one behind for this. And let's see, any other forts? Yes. So now we just have Timurid forts to deal with. So we're going to start sending our troops north. We could get movement through Baluchistan, but we don't really need it. Okay. Great powers right now is us in first, the Ottomans in second, and a pretty close second. The Ottomans are pretty up there. Timurids are all the way at 8. We've got Spain at 821, and then France, Muscovy, Great Britain. Britain's doing a pretty good job for itself consolidating all of this. They're in a good late game position. They're going to be expanding pretty easily. Spain has a pretty sizable amount of stuff. Ming has actually already collapsed, and Japan is not in a very strong position either. Japan actually formed with only about half of the island, so not a great plan for them. I guess they do have part of Korea, because the Ming explosion affects everybody. Excuse me. But the Ming explosion is going to be an interesting dynamic. That's going to make expanding eastward a lot easier. But expanding east isn't that useful for me. Because of the fact that I'm already an Asian nation. I did not insult the Ottomans when I was supposed to. Whoopsie doopsie. Let's go ahead and send them a scornful insult. Get ourselves above 50 again. Maybe not the best time to be insulting one of the world's great powers, but, you know, it's fine. So they have probably around 60,000, right? So... we're going to pop these guys here. We want to make sure that we have probably at least 40,000 troops together at all times. This is a silly way for us to be standing, honestly. So we got a native assimilation. That's useful. Did not trigger the next thing, but we're very close to finishing this. So we're going to pull these guys back, and we can start filling out these colonies. So we're going to go ahead and send you here. And we're not going to expel any minorities right now because I don't really see much purpose in doing so at this particular juncture. I think that I need the Diplo power more than I need anything else. And we'll be able to send this fleet over there soon. Potentially. We're going to send you know, I'll send you here. Okay, we have access to this location. We can walk through Miwar. This whole thing is Okay, Bengal has given... So this gives the Timurids a lot of space to play with right now. They can basically go all the way to the east side of our empire, or they can dive straight toward our primary army. I think they're more likely to probably try to avoid our army, because we do have quite a lot of troops here, but it's possible that they're going to not consider all of these troops to be relevant, because they're so, like, split up at this point. So we're going to move you in. We're going to not keep moving in, because we need to consolidate a bit first. I'm going to let these guys arrive, and these guys need a leader. They're in enemy territory. That's the problem. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, you guys are fine. This is Drylands. You guys are actually going to pop over here. And you're going to bring your other little dude. Where's the one? Okay, so we have a supply limit of 42 here in Moulton. So this is a perfect location for us to just chill the majority of our troops. This is a wasteland province, which means that we have to... There's only one way in here. So that's interesting. That means we can't be attacked from this side. Perfect. All right, we're going to just pop who up there. Not these guys. We're going to move these guys to here. Supply limit of 28. This is a supply limit 29 zone, so we're going to move these guys out, actually. We're going to start losing a lot of troops to... excuse me. Just to attrition. But that's okay. We are not going to be fighting... This is our most major war that we're going to be in for the foreseeable future. I'm not planning on attacking the Europeans yet. I don't really feel the need to completely stop them from colonizing or anything like that. And let's see here. You have no cannons. You have plenty of cannons. This army is going to be going straight forward to Row. This army has no leader. So that's fine. We'll just wait and get this one guy up there later. It's fine. Not a big deal. Okay, you are going to take Siegerson McGee to go up. Split this in half. Send half of it to... Okay, we do not have access to... Wait, what the hell? No, okay. I'm in a different location than I thought I was. It's fine. This is Delhi. They've been there. And everything is fine. So in terms of like getting the major Indian achievements, I think that we're in pretty good shape. I feel like the British have a tendency to stabilize at a certain power level. They become pretty big, but then they don't really tend to get that much bigger than that. So getting access to the thingers shouldn't be too difficult with a start like this. Sun never sets. Let's see. So Cape, London, Hong Kong, and Ottawa. So this is going to be easy. Cape, I think, is a colony. Hong Kong is going to be easy because there was an explosion. So, like, that's easy. Where's Canton? Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, let's see. Canton. Do we already have Cape? Oh, we already own Cape. So, that should be pretty easy. We just have to take one province from England. And hey, look, it's 20,000 troops. It looks like they finally showed up. So we have a slight problem here, which is that they're actually in my territory. And I don't like them being in my territory. That's not where I want them to be. I want them to be in my vassal territory. So we're going to move these guys down here. All the sort of dregs, because this is a huge army. This army up here is plenty to fight any... Like, their entire army couldn't take out this army up here. I don't need those. So, we've got that set. We don't have anybody here. So, we should have... It takes 457 days? Holy crap. Okay, then. So we're almost to the point where we can take over Cusco with the maximal efficiency and start up that colonial nation. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. So once this triggers, we should be in okay shape. And how are things down here? Down here, they're taking one province, which we will hopefully be able to get back without too much difficulty. Why is our supply limit so low down here? Is it just because it's tropical? The tropics are really rough, man. Tropics are rough. We've got two things up here. Okay. That's a bunch of ones. And we got 7% ticking up here. Nazca has become self-sustaining. Oh, I can invest in trunnions. Nice. Increases our innovativeness by 2. Very, very nice. And now we can make an attempt to... Do I want to just upgrade these now? I don't really care about their morale as long as they aren't getting attacked right now. They're not terribly relevant. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do large cast iron cannons. They don't... Basically, I want to maximize the total quantity of damage that's being done to the target so that they're not going to stick around for... so basically they do less damage in subsequent runs. I think that morale damage is not bad, but doing more damage... Killing more people, it turns out, is a more effective means of killing people than making them sad. Just fun fact. All right, we are going to actually colonize right here as well. That will give us access to these guys as a potential conquest, and that'll be useful. And we need to start conquering the other folks soon. I'm not going to take back this province yet. But yeah, this is actually a really nice fort. This fort right here basically blocks my access to a lot of shit. Oh, god damn it, I didn't put an actual leader in charge. Oh, god. Was not anticipating that I would run right into him. Oopsies. Mistakes were made. But it turns out that my soldiers are crazy compared to theirs, because we took, like, no damage, and they had a +5. I thought we were going to lose that fight. That's pretty crazy. So we were going to just leave these guys right here, because we don't need them around anymore. And this means that the Timurids, we can probably get some really nice stuff out of. I don't know what I want to do to them to hurt them, but I definitely need to take war reparations as well as a maximum amount of money that I can get from them, at the very least. Having them transfer trade power to me isn't that useful. So I could have them cede a province to me, actually. If I took... Let's see if there's any decent areas here. This area is... not terrible. Hello? I think I'm going to want to take... I think I want to take Jask. So we're going to take Jask here, and that will allow us to potentially vassalize a nation over here. If we vassalize a nation over here, we can grow them to control this entire area very easily. And I think that's how we're going to want to operate this for now. So we've just taken the Siege of Rho. That gives us some nice business. And I think we do, in fact, want to just keep pushing in. Now is the time to just do a bunch of damage to the Timurids directly, and we aren't going to get that much out of Gujarat, but by weakening the Timurids, there's the possibility that the Ottomans start eating them from the other side. And while the Ottomans themselves are a potential threat to me that I have to be cognizant of, the Timurids are my much more immediate concern because this is their actual sphere of influence, and I don't like them having shit in my area. Yeah, I really like playing as the Asian nations. I play a lot as Malacca, and I usually don't play as Vijayanagar. I usually play as Madre. And I really enjoy that start because you're a one province minor, but you have a lot of cores. It's similar in some ways to playing as Byzantium, which I think is one of the more fun tags to play as in the game. Let's see here. So I really enjoy doing Asian stuff. And what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to figure out, with the way that the sort of mechanic changes have gone through, I'm curious about if you're doing something that's like world conquest-y, in the sense that, like, if you look at a lot of the things like the Indian achievement for The Sun Never Sets on the Indian Empire, you're talking about taking territory from all over the world. It's not a world conquest exactly, but it's that same type of gameplay where you're just all over the world doing all the things. That kind of achievement, I'm basically trying to figure out for an Asian country, now that they've changed the way that, now that they've added that corruption mechanic, how to optimize for it. I actually really like the corruption mechanic that they added, where basically if you go over your number of states, you start accumulating corruption. I actually really love that mechanic. I know that is not true for most people who enjoy sort of like late game conquest type stuff, but I absolutely adore it. I love that mechanic because I feel like it adds a large degree of strategy that didn't exist before, and of the mechanics, it's one of the least gamey mechanics I can think of, because if you have a large far-flung empire and you don't have the administrative technology to handle it, and most of your empire is just territories, corruption is what results. That's what, made the Roman Empire incapable of defending itself, right? Is that it was just such a massive, sprawling empire that there was just no efficiency to anything. Nothing ran properly, right? So I really like that mechanic. But anyway, that being this case, it makes Asian countries harder to do a world conquest with, because all of these places can't be turned into trade company provinces. But hopefully that's fixed in the next expansion, the next patch. But we'll see. Fun nations to play. I feel like a lot of nations are fun to play. Playing as a daimyo is fun. I think playing as Ming is actually a lot of fun. I like playing as, like, if you're just looking to sort of experiment with Asia generally and see how certain things are different, experiment with things like building up your provinces to spawn the institutions, things like that. Ming is actually really nice as a way to just sort of get an idea of how things work, especially because a lot of the mechanics of Eastern Asia revolve around Ming, because everyone's a tributary of Ming. So if you don't understand Ming and what makes Ming stronger or weaker, it's much harder to play against Ming, and you're inevitably going to be coming into Ming's sphere of influence very rapidly if you play anywhere in this entire region. Like anywhere from here all the way into Malaya is it's an involved process. So Ming is a useful thing to start as. I've enjoyed them. I've enjoyed playing as the Manchu. Any of the Manchu starts are really fun and interesting. I've really enjoyed them. Playing as a Japanese daimyo is a really interesting start, but I haven't gotten too far into it yet. I've tried it a couple of times. I've taken control of the empire like once, I think, but I've only ever tinkered with that a bit. I really like doing Malacca into Malaya. You could do that with any of these nations around here, but Malacca is a really nice, comfortable start for me to do it with. So, and I live in Singapore, so this little landmass that looks like it shouldn't be an island, but actually is an island in reality, this landmass is actually Singapore. So it was weird because we were looking at this map and thought that Singapore wasn't on the map. But if you look at just a map of Johor, which is a Malaysian state, if you look at a map of Johor, this is actually shaped differently. So this little body of water and this are actually the channel that goes all the way across between the two. So Malacca is a lot of fun. Madre is a lot of fun. So Madre is fun if you enjoy like a Byzantium style start. You're looking for a tiny nation surrounded by really scary people. And so Madre is like a Byzantium light. Because Vijayanagara is almost one of the most powerful nations in the game at the start. It's just barely like the 9th on the list, so it's not a great power, but it would be if it takes a little bit of territory. And they're right next to you, but they have a lot of your cores, and they have a big enemy right here that they usually get into a fight with early. So if they get into a fight with the Bamanis, you can take back all your cores by basically backstabbing them while they're fighting the Bamanis. There's also a bunch of other minor nations here that you can take. The reason it's kind of like a Byzantium light is because Vijayanagara is not the Ottomans. They're not nearly as crazy as the Ottomans. But in addition, there's a bunch of minor nations that you can easily conquer down here that are other one-province minors. And as a result, unlike Byzantium, who's surrounded by exclusively powerful nations, and you have to basically eat your way through the Ottomans to reach other small nations, as Madre, you can just sort of start eating your neighbors quickly. Other nations that are interesting... I'm sure there's tons of other nations that are interesting, but the ones that I've actually played as are the Manchu nations, a little bit of the Japanese nations. I've played as Ming, because Ming is kind of an interesting behemoth to just waddle around with, and Malacca, and then a couple of the Indians. But I haven't played any of the I haven't played any of the Muslim Indians yet. I haven't played as any of those, but I hear that those are an interesting playthrough as well. Like I have heard through the grapevine that they have interesting mechanics. So it looks like we have Niwari separatists that have spawned. And that's great, because they're going to be fighting my enemies, and I don't have to fight them, because I'm just going to not get near them. North Telangana is... where? Because... oh, right. It's weird to think that a 14 thing isn't actually worth stating, but it's almost certainly not. Okay, so my colonists have not all arrived yet. Takes quite a while. So once this gets up to 600 or 700, I can probably safely just pull them back. Actually, you know what? I can just pull them back safely now. I'm sure it'll be fine, right? Yeah, I'm just going to recall these guys now. And we're going to send them to... we've already got 2 people coming here. Okay, we're going to send someone here. That's actually going to be a huge benefit for me. I forgot to actually send someone there before. And we're all set. I do think that if... before they made the changes to the corruption, the territories modifier that they added, before they added that in and did that stuff, I don't think that colonial stuff was that important for Asian countries compared to European countries, because they couldn't exploit the the mechanic as much. And to a degree, they still can't exploit the mechanic quite as much as the Europeans can. But the important thing is that because they can only expand so far locally before they just run out of stuff to do, it actually becomes extremely important for them to take control of certain things. So as an example, if you are a European nation and you just screw around in Europe, as long as you take control of like the English Channel or Genoa or Venice or something like that, as long as you control one of those trade nodes, you're fine into the late game. As an Asian nation, you have to take control of places that aren't in Asia, or you're going to basically like throttle your ability to trade. So like if you are sitting in Coromandel and you don't go into Africa, then as soon as all the Europeans go up, they're going to be pulling out from the Cape of Good Hope. You're going to have stuff going to the Gulf of Aden, and you have Gujarat, and then from Gujarat, it's all going west as well. And none of this is stuff that you can actually really tinker with that much. You can't really take control of this as much as you'd like to. So it's important to... what do we want, actually? Diplo reputation is actually kind of cool. We don't need the corporation costs. We're not limited by that. Oh. Trade efficiency isn't that relevant. I think we're going to go with Shakti again. Shakti is very, very useful. Okay, so we've just won this siege. This is a useful siege unit. So here's a question. Can I take you? I can't even peace out like normally with you right now. That is intense. Okay, so Najd, how likely are you to do this if I get the distance problem dealt with? If I can get them to be an ally, that removes that. So it's 10, 20, so 68. It's a difference of 68. These will join me just if I... Do you have a bunch of cores? Yeah, so they have some cores over here. So I could, if I could just vassalize these guys, I immediately get some good business. So we're going to go ahead and stop our relations improvement with you. And we are actually going, I think, I'm going to build a manufactory because I should always be building them. I love me some manufactories. Because manufactories increase your production income directly, but they also increase the amount of trade goods that are produced, which thus in turn increases the trade income as well. So you're getting a huge bonus. And all those bonuses stack with things like production efficiency and trade efficiency and all that jazz. So they have a lot of troops elsewhere right now. They kind of have a lot of troops elsewhere. So what do I want to do here? We can now go forward a bit. It looks like we can go directly from this place to this place, so we're fine. I'm a little concerned that I get jumped all of a sudden up here, but I'm not that concerned because they're not going to have their army right there for that. Okay, so we have full control of this now. Do we have... Yes, our supply ships reach here, so we are just going to send these guys as well as... Actually, what I'm going to do, merge these. I'm going to wait 1 month. That'll give us 10% of our stuff back. 3%, Yahoo! And you can generally tell, because they're not very sneaky, where their armies are going to go. My vassals are really dumb. Like, these guys just lost this massive battle here because they're, like, trying to go siege some random thing, and they just wandered off. Alright, so we're going to send these guys over here. We should be fully set for right now. I have some light ships in this. I don't generally prefer to have my light ships puttering around with that, but it's fine. Alright, we have a new idea, and that is another Diplo relation. Not too shabby. So we're going to go ahead and take control of this spot, wiping out their entire fleet. And Timmy Tim, how are you doing? Right, well, they're still happy to keep this fight going, so we're going to keep the fight going. Do we want to walk over here? I think we do. We're just going to walk over here. We can bring this guy. He'll actually get them there faster. Give us a slight edge if we're trying to do certain things. Got so many troops. Look how many vassal troops we have. Bengal is terrifying. So, and they only have 26% liberty desire, so we're doing quite well for ourselves right now. I do think that you actually have a lot of space as, like, the Indian nations. Like, you have a weirdly large amount of space to get completely out of control. Like, I feel like in some ways it's entirely possible that you actually make up for the sort of late game difficulties in expansion by being able to expand throughout the, like, basically take complete control of, like, certain, basically you can just get so out of control so quickly that I think you might be able to make up for the fact that you're going to have the corruption later in the game. If that makes any sense. Like, you're not going to get, like, a super fast world conquest, but at the same time, like, I don't think that the corruption mechanic would be preventing me from finishing a world conquest. At this point, I'm so terrifying that, like, we're like a mid-game powerhouse, and it's still pretty early game. I should probably have a leader. These guys both going to Kutch. They're going to arrive on the 10th. Oh, they already have a leader. He's terrible, but he's a leader. Okay, fine. I'll allow it. Ooh, shock damage received, minus 10%. Really solid trait. Much better, like, later on, but still a solid trait. Halar. Oh, good. They're only retreating one spot, so we can actually just wipe this army. Oh. And there we go. Okay, Timurids, how are you feeling about our war now? So they're willing to give me the thing that I explicitly want, but what I also want is all of the money, and I'm actually tempted to do this. Do I have any trade power? Yes, I do. If I have them transfer trade power to me, then I can just send a merchant over to collect in Hormuz using their trade power. And that's just mean-spirited. So I think we're going to do that. Okay, so we actually have a reason to do this because I will have a tiny bit of trade power here just from this. And I think that this will work well for us. So we're going to get one little province, one dinky province, and we're going to get a transfer trade power going. And we are going to call it a day there. That's going to require that we take a substantially larger bite out of them than we have so far, and we have actually lost about half of our manpower. So it is important to recognize that this is going a little more badly than we'd like it to. So we have... I've had 50,000 casualties to attrition. Hot damn. That is, yeah. That's not good. You know what? I think we might just chill. Do we want to just chill? The key is that I'm scared of their army showing up. So I don't really want to just send one unit into any of these places because I'm worried about 1,000 troops dying. But, you know, that's actually a very silly way to think about it. So, I'm going to do... I don't know why I did that. It's fine. We're just going to send these guys here. These guys are going to move here. And we are going to... I'm going to pull these guys forward. It's going to become harder and harder for them to blindside me the longer this goes on. We actually just won 2 sieges. I don't think that's going to do too much for us here because we have a ton to go for if we want to do the transfer trade power. Wait, we have 6% of the trade power here? How? From provinces in Persia? What? I can't be. Oh! I'm taking the trade power from the provinces that I'm occupying. I didn't even realize that I did that. Okay, that's funny. It's good to know. Persia is going where? Persia only goes out to Aleppo, it looks like. So we can't get any trade power in Persia directly. So do we want... I could just not have them do the transfer trade power, and then we're much closer. I think we're going to do that. I think that's actually a better idea for me. Okay. So we're going to take out their fleet. Looks like my troops are better than their troops by a considerable margin, actually. Why is that? That is a lot of discipline difference. Holy shit. Yeah, that's... okay. That checks out. The transfer trade power doesn't hurt them that much. But I'm actually tempted to do it anyway. As an excuse to hit them harder. That being said, they are literally adjacent to the Ottomans. So I do have the concern that the Ottomans are gonna... Are they rivals? What do you mean I haven't discovered Spain yet? What is this nonsense? Of course I've discovered Spain. I have diplomatic relations with them. Weirdos. Timurids are... They're not rivals with the Ottomans. Which is a little bit of a problem. It's not a big problem. But it is a little problem. We're gonna send these guys over here. I feel like there's a decent chance that they're gonna send an army down to try and attack these guys over here. If I get below 20,000 reinforcements... Wait, what? Which one's Jalavad? Well, now I need to take Jalavad, wherever the hell that is. Oh, wait, is that... Gujarat, probably. Oh, nice. Or was that Timurids or was that Gujarat? It was probably Timurid. I think I saw the Timurid label, right? I guess I can just check. Don't see. I don't see the return core on the list. What was that thing called? Shit. Let's just look. I wonder what the time to tick on something like this. Oh, I got a core right here. That's nice. That's very convenient. Cool. So that's very cool. So it looks like because this is not an accepted culture, though. So despite the fact that they aren't an accepted culture, I'm still getting thingers with them, which is pretty cool. Not bad. Oh, I don't have the thing on. Okay. So they've got 30,000 troops up here. Alright, so these guys will arrive on the 5th. So we'll just do this. And since I know that they have so many troops up here, I know they don't have all those troops elsewhere. Okay. So yeah, we're just going to start accumulating cores in our enemy territories while we weaken the Timurids so that they don't cause a problem for us later. There's no one else in the region who I think has really the capacity to grow really big and cause a problem for us. Like, someone would have to first eat the Timurids in order to get big. Like, Jaunpur doesn't have any space to grow because the only places it would grow is right into me. So I'm going to start building a spy network in Malwa, something that I should have been doing this whole time, but I'm an idiot, so I wasn't. Got 22,000 troops chilling here. Yeah, I don't know what the hell the Timurids are doing right now, but they're not doing it very well, whatever it is. For whatever reason, they have a lot of troops that they're building right now. This is navies. Like, their force limit is not 14, I'm pretty sure. Whoa, they have a force limit of 94 now. From full quantity, so this was a very good time to attack them, actually, because they're now building a bunch of troops. Oh my god, we just got 2 cores. Oh yeah, I'm happy to just sit in this war. This war is very useful for us. And, like, no matter what happens at this point, there's not any chance that, like, things go badly for me. Things can't go badly. If I lose one fight, then I still have 85% war score. I've got most of the Timurid territory completely occupied right now. They're rebuilding their army, but they're going to go completely fucking bankrupt because they're spending all this money. Oh no. Oh no. They're spending all this money right now building troops. I wonder how many of them are mercs. To fill up their new force limit. Oh, this is interesting. I'm liking this. L. L is the word I'm looking for. The letter I'm looking for. So they have 30,000 manpower out of a maximum of some quantity. They do not have any artillery, interestingly enough. I guess they don't have any troops total now that I think about it. So we've got... I wish I knew how much their maximum manpower was. They've currently got 65,000 troops, which is not much different than the amount of troops that they started the war with, I don't think. I do think there's a decent chance that they're going to push at least one of these. Like, they're probably going to push Idar off of this. I don't think that Idar is going to be able to keep that. Do we want to dive you? These are Gujarat ships. They have 5 Carracks. I have 7. Mine are slightly wounded. I'm actually going to put them in here for right now. These guys are walking right into me. So, well played. Do I have... I don't have a free person. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Too many people all standing in one spot. This actually did not take that long. It's a pretty decent amount of micro, but honestly it didn't take that long to actually wipe these guys. We have several more forts that we could technically be occupying right now, but I don't know that any of them are that relevant. Let's take a look at our ledger again. It looks like they've stopped around 60-some thousand. They don't seem to be building any more, though that could be that they're building them slower than I'm killing them right now. Nice. Okay, this doesn't have a thing on it, so... Do I want to be... Whoa, 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 whoa. Y'all need to get the hell out of here. Okay, can I now get you to do what I want for me? Nope. And not even close. Like, we're not even terribly close to being able to accomplish that objective. It looks like these guys are... Okay, I was a little concerned there. Looks like they are willing to dive here. We're going to arrive on the 25th. They're going to arrive... 21st. Don't like them arriving on the 21st. That means that there's the possibility of us being on the offensive, not the defensive. Okay, got confused by the thing. This is a serious problem because we might be in mountains on offense instead of defense. Well, we're gonna see what happens. Oh, I thought those guys were gonna get out sooner than that. That is a lot of native assimilation very, very rapidly. Okay, then. Do I have a place that I want to take? This can send to Sevilla, Bordeaux, or Chesapeake Bay. Lima only transfers to Panama. So if I take full control of Panama, then I guard the trade in Lima. This is all going toward Brazil. I feel like Brazil is probably the most important trade node for me to take full control of because that secures all the trade from south of, like, this southern area of South America. But I think actually what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to make it so that I can get myself a nice little colonial nation built over here in Australia. I'm going to build a colonial nation over in Australia first because it's more immediate to my interests. Do I actually want to get into any of these fights? Is it worth it? Because these guys are definitely going to wipe that army within 2 days, right? Like, there's no way this dinky little army stands for 2 days, right? Yeah. Which means these guys are arriving on the 27th. They have a 3-4 general. These guys are arriving on the 31st. 3-3-1. They're still sitting on rank 10. Oh, actually, no, I shouldn't have done that. We're gonna get flanked a little bit. Never mind. I think we are gonna have a tiny bit of flanking going on at the very start, and then things are going to escalate very rapidly in our favor, and we might even. Are we gonna wipe them before they? No. Oh shit. That's not good. Okay, so we just put them through the mincer. Let's see what their situation is like now. So they've just lost about 10,000-ish troops. No, they lost closer to 20,000 troops. So they lost basically all of their manpower's worth of troops. Do I want... It doesn't matter what I want. I was wondering whether I wanted to keep pushing or not. We're going to keep pushing. So that means this army is going to probably just stay put. This army is actually going to pop down to here. And we need to get the situation under control. So basically we're going to pop over there. Whoa, holy crap. 50%? That is insanity. I guess I should have given these guys a leader, huh? Oh, well. At 4 leaders, not a single one is actually in charge there. And my siege dude isn't in charge of anything. So that seems totally optimal. Okay, I'm just going to leave these guys here. We need 7,000 men to fully reinforce. We're going to attempt to help this situation. And we have way, way more enemies down here than I was expecting to have. These guys are locked into Kashan, which is mountains. So I just took out 3,000 more troops. They are heading to here. This is mountains. Oh, hello. th 21st. Okay. Weirdly enough, they're going for it, which means that we're gonna go for it as well. I guess these guys are going the wrong direction, so Idari Pretender rebels showing up. This is gonna wipe so fast. All right, we can now backtrack through here. Oh, nice! They're fighting some Particularists. I like that. Okay, so, whoa! Okay, we're gonna peace out so that those guys don't run into that huge thing over there, and we are all set. We're taking all the money. This is 5 loans worth of cash. We are taking their trade power, and do we have anything else that we need to do? I don't think so. So we're just gonna go ahead and suggest this to the Timurids. Pieces them out of the war, and we now have control of Jask. So we're now going to not have to fight these guys because we're exiled, so we don't end up with a problem there. And now we come down here and say, hey, sup guys, how's it going? Go ahead and return your cores to me. Cannot. Okay. So we need to give this to Idar. We need to give, not that. Not that. This needs to be given to Idar. This gives to Idar. And this does not get given to Idar because we want it ourselves. And do we want to just take our cores back? This is a free core on a 20 development province. Oh my god. Do you not have any other things? Yes. Okay, so there's 3 plus the 1 that... Do I want... I want them to revoke cores. I don't need the cores to stay with them. Do I want... Yeah, this is way too expensive, so I'm just going to do a recon quest against them later. That's funny, though. We just got 2 free cores. Not too shabby. Okay, we'll have them pay us war reparations and transfer trade power. Do we want to do that? I think we actually do. We're going to have them transfer trade power. That will give us a bunch of their provincial trade power here, and basically that cripples their ability to propagate it upstream as well. So that's fine. We have 2 people that will potentially join a coalition against us that we don't have to care about. And we are taking... Oh, actually, never mind. We can take 1 more province, because... do we want to? I guess we can give this to Idar. Because we have a core there, I don't think it is going to add to the cost. And this will also give us an easy way of checking whether giving them the core, this peace deal, will remove our core. I don't think it should, but stranger things have happened. All right. Yes, I keep my core there. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and core Jask ourselves. Question mark. Do I want to do that, or do I actually want this? Yes. Okay. So, you guys are still too far away for that. You guys are actually no, you have the neutral attitude is going away. So I think that we're actually set here. So we're going to go ahead and send an alliance offer to them. Do I want to keep Jask for myself? Yeah, I'm going to keep this for myself. So I actually will core this, because we're going to be able to state that up eventually and get some good profit. And because we fought a big war against the Timurids, we got all sorts of money that we can reinvest here. Just keep on building those manufactories. We are going to basically start the Industrial Revolution a little early. Okay, so we're just going to move you guys to here. You guys are going to go to here. Nope. Not through there. Nope. Not through there either. Nope. Okay. You guys are going to go to here. From there you go. Nope. Never mind. You actually go here. Blech. Okay. You guys are going to go here. That's fine. And is that everybody? Is everybody moving now? Probably, hopefully, question mark, maybe. So, we have a bunch of ships here, and these ships can go about their business. What do we need to do now? I guess these guys can just pop over here. Do I need them to move? Not really. Okay, so these guys have 12% unrest. I think I'm just going to increase. I don't actually have to care about this province. The autonomy here isn't really relevant. They're there for completely different purposes than that. So, that being the case, I can't vassalize you, can I? No. Hormuz is too big to vassalize. I can offer an alliance to Yaz. And then we are in very, very close proximity to what we're looking for. Yaz cannot become... Okay, that's a good thing to bear in mind. They actually cannot be thingered. So, without the royal marriage opportunity... we have a slight issue here because we're capped on economic and military power. So it looks like we might have to declare on Hormuz. Oh my god, no! You're all here at the same time, go away! We're actually going to put these guys here. Hormuz, who are you allied with? Hadramar, Najd, and the Mamluks. So if I go after these guys, I'm actually surprised that I'm having this much difficulty getting this. I mean, I guess it makes sense because the not from the same religious group thing is kind of a big deal. No. Okay, good. These guys are going in a different direction. Like, this is a serious problem right now. You guys are going to just pop over here. And let's see here. Doesn't Diplorep have an effect on this? What's my Diplorep? Total Diplorep. It should be under diplomacy, shouldn't it? Diplorep. Where is my Diplorep? I don't remember where that shows. There we go. I was looking at the wrong country, question mark. There we go. Okay, so I have negative point. It's annexed subjects is the problem. So we're fine. Basically, I'll be able to vassalize them the second that I have gotten certain things done. So Malwa is now declared on them. Malwa is going to start giving me... Ugh, these are all trash. Oh, I already have a claim for this, so If I declare for Jarkin's claim, I can just take that as well. Oh my god, these are so bad. Let's see here. So we're going to have to recover our manpower, to be sure. And what else do we need to do? We have not gotten the vassalization of Pegu done. Let's do that. And let's see. We now have exactly the right number of Diplo relations, which is good. And Pegu. Get a royal marriage with them, yeah. Okay, then we'll just use a quick influence nation. And all that good jazz. Who has attrition? You have attrition. So we're gonna go here instead. Next on our list is what? You guys are just chilling here, so how about you go over here? And we can now build, oh my god. That income is so out of control. And as long as you just keep investing your income into future income, you really can get it very out of control. It's not too shabby here. Okay, so we need to start annexing our vassals, I think. Do I want to annex my vassal right now? No. I want to get this diplomatic influence thing before I annex any vassals. This is actually going to make a big difference for me. Because with that, even with the penalty from annexing a vassal, I'll still have a positive amount of Diplo rep. So we can go ahead and improve our relations with you. Oh, they're already at max. I'm an idiot. Alright, I'm actually going to do this because production is a bigger component at this point than taxation. And it'll be better that way. You. Let's fabricate a claim on either of the two that are left. Actually, I can just declare on them now. Now that I think about it. So, you guys are currently in a war against Gujarat. Are you going to take something that I want? Probably not, right? So we're just going to move this army right here. These guys are in hills sieging a province. So with that being the case, I should be able to just walk in. Nice. Oh, speaking of Diplo power, ha 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 ha. Let's seek some support from the guilds, and there is the 100 we need to finish off the Diplo influence. There we go. That will mean that we should have enough to offer vassalization. So we're going to start pumping these guys. Before we start declaring wars, we're going to get Yaz and Pegu under our wing. Where's Yaz? So, influence nation. And back over to Pegu. We're going to give them a nice little gift. So 2 days, boom. Okay, Pegu's now maxed out, and we can get them vassalized in a second. We're not having troubles with... Yeah. Bengal is a little big for our taste, but we're going to go ahead and start start annexing them. I think we're going to do that now. Now is a good time to just start annexing Bengal. 1218. Holy crap. That is a lot. We're only doing it 5 per month. That's fine. Let's see here. So we can send a gift to, question mark. There we go. That is 194, and 194 is sufficient. So we can just send our nice little vassalization offer to. Boom. Pegu is now our vassal, and that means that we have Reconquest Casus Belli against Prom. How many do we have now? 4. We have 4 cores to take from Prom. So we can just start expanding dramatically. Ugh, that's not fun. That's not what I like to see. Okay. We're going to move you. Actually. Never mind, we're not going to move you. We're going to move someone else. We have how many ships? 23. 23 is the perfect number to pick you guys up, so we're sending you to Kutch. Do we want to go against Malwa right now, or do we want to wait? They're actually allied with a lot of people. Oh, actually... Okay, I'm going to not do the Pegu thing first. We're going to do this thing first. So we're going to put you on the boats. So on the 6th, we can vassalize them. As soon as they're our vassal, we can just declare a Reconquest war. So, sup. We can take back 2 cores. Najd will not join. Hadramat and the Mamluks will. Mamluks are doing fine. It looks like we're going to have to actually send a proper military over here. That's unfortunate, but it's just going to have to be a thing. And do we want to take Hormuz itself? This is a very, very wealthy province right now. I feel like the cores that they have are not actually as valuable as Hormuz itself is. So maybe I should just fabricate a claim on Hormuz and take that for myself before I do anything else. Right. This isn't the best time to fight them right now. The best time to fight them is when the Mamluks are busy. And I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Okay, the Mamluks are not currently involved in their war, I don't think. Warrior Society, yes. Okay. So, you guys are going to come over here, and we are, in fact, going to use Pegu to give us Casus Belli against everyone under the sun. Tungu, Ava, and Hisapa. In Prom, you are allied to Tributary State of Ava and allied to Mumbai. So Ava has nothing that I need right now. That's fine. The one thing is that I would like to take this province. Hisapa. Who is Hisapa? Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. So Ava can't join both of these wars. So if I declare war on Prom and have Prom be the primary war, where I'm actually expecting it to... Here's Hisapa. If I basically have them be the primary war and then have another war that I'm running on the side, then what I can basically do is... that's not good. Did we just have another death? Okay, well, hot diggity. Alright, we're going to go with Discipline and Siege ability because we are always going to go with Discipline and Siege ability, basically. The Siege ability is just too good. The Discipline is nice too, don't get me wrong, but the Siege ability is really crazy. We actually have a good enough economy that I'm just going to do this. Or good enough stuff coming in here. I'd rather just purge all that right now and not worry about it again. Bengal does need to be annexed in a timely manner, so it's good that we're not going to take too much for ourselves. But yeah, if we declare war on Arakan, then Tungu will join. Who's Tungu? How's Tungu? Ah, so we have 3 one province miners that we would be fighting, basically. We would also be fighting Ava, right? But that's not a problem because we're going to be attacking Ava through Prome. Do we have sufficient? Yes, I think we're fine. So we can basically just declare war first on Prome to get our cores back, and that brings us into a war against Ava and Mongpai, who are both fine. Confirm this. You guys are going to take the good leader and go out in front. Just do all that stuff. Then Arakan, we need to wait a month to declare war on, so we will do that. Okay, you guys are going there. We don't have military access through these guys. We do now. So we can declare war and then already be halfway through their province by the time we get there. Probably. Question mark. There we go. So we now have the ability to declare this war. Ava can't join because they're already at war with me. So we'll get into a war with Hisapa and Tungu. The key is that we just want to end the war with Arakan first. And that's easy enough to do because it turns out that they're the weaker nation anyway. Alright, so we're now just going to chill over here. We have full control of this situation, allegedly. And there we go. We're going to just pop into Prome itself. Turns out that we actually need to take Pegu because Pegu has a fort on it. Do we want... Ooh, spare no expense. I wish I had done that before I got my inflation going. Okay, so we're going to pop over to here. We are going to deal with this thing. No, we're not. Keep going. And how many troops do I want to invest into sieges? I think that I'm probably going to not invest much into sieges here. I'm going to invest this army into sieges because it's got all these guys. And we are actually going to take all of the cannons from this, and we're going to send them into this army. What's the... so the supply limit here is 38, so we're set. I don't want to encourage them to start sending troops over here, so I'm not going to be too aggressive in getting rid of the infantry. So Ava is rank 11. So Ava's not too far behind. We have a tech penalty of 6%. Next year we can, right now we can get our next rank of that. Fort defense plus 20% is very, very useless. do I have... So I can recruit a minister, which is 40 tradition with 1 extra shock. That's not terrible. So I can actually get admin support right now, which is something that I probably should be doing. Okay, we're just gonna do a little bit of admin and spend 600 on this. And hey, we're about to get a new idea group. Okay, now then, we have to get all the way up to Hisaba, which is actually going to require that we basically siege our way through this, probably. Never mind, we can walk right into Hisaba. Cool beans. These outbreaks are no fun. Alright, so let's see. We can build another manufactory, and that's easy enough to do. I'm gonna start building some of these in Bengal. Oh, shit. Wasn't paying attention. Okay, we're fine. Whew. Wasn't paying enough attention over here, and they started moving in a direction that could have been a problem, but it turned out to be fine. We need to start a debate in Parliament. Diplomatic annexation cost minus 15%. Yes, please. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And let's see if we can actually get this to go. So bribing an MP is easy enough. Military support is very easy. Don't like scapegoats. Corruption I can get rid of before I have to spend any mana, so we should do that. And grant a little bit of local autonomy. I have to bribe another MP, it looks like. Do not want that. You know what, we'll just do this. Okay, so we're all set. We didn't have to go into debt or wait a couple of months or anything like that. And we've now got some good progress here. Oh, they are locked in. Luckily, Pegu is farmland. Do we want to get involved in this, though? That is a lot of enemies in one spot. We are going to be on the back foot here. They have 1, 3, 0, 2, 1, 1. So I have the better generals. They have how many total cannons? 6,000 total cannons. Which can be either good or bad for them, honestly. I don't know that I want to get involved in that fight. There's 40,000 troops on their side. There's 47,000 troops on my side, but they're going to be the ones starting up on the with the upper hand. I do still have that advantage of Thinger. Do I want to fire this person? Yeah, we'll just take this person, it's fine. And let's see here. Any other decisions that I want to do before I go into this fight that might end up going badly for me? fine. I'm pretty sure that we'll win this. Because we do have a numerical advantage here. And there we go. Hey, it's Tangu. I remember you. You're the ones who were at war with me. I remember that. Okay, these guys have 2 siege. I'm going to leave my cannons here and have everyone else leave. Okay, that is suboptimal. These colonies are so expensive right now because I have one less colonist. Ah! Oh, okay, it looks like we're fine. I did not actually run out of money, so it's all good. Let's see. We're not quite out of manpower either. Getting close though. So there's no way I'm going to be able to peace out with Arakan until we've gotten some stuff going. So these guys are Prome. I can now sit on... Do you have an army? Yes, they have their army. So there's the Avan army. It's the Prome army. So where are the friends that are elsewhere? I don't have a single cannon on this. It's not really a good army for what I'm using it for. This is just about the worst possible army to use for this position. Let's find out. We're going to just send these guys into Tongu. Send these guys up here. And these guys here. Do we want to send these guys here? I want to wipe out Prome. So it looks like Arakan is they're allied still, yeah. Alright. These guys are the ones that had them as that were a tributary state. Hello, friends. We need to start fabricating claims on you. Whoa, wait, also, hello, friends. When did you get, like, obliterated by your enemies? Nice. Okay, so this is an interesting situation. The Mamluks are doing fine, though, and that's the people that we really need to worry about. Though maybe they will force them to break their alliance with the Mamluks as a result of this war. That would certainly make my life a lot easier. Okay. 25. Oh, whoa. Where'd all my legitimacy go? Hey, friends! Legitimacy, is that a thing that people have? Alright, so we're going to basically burn through all of our stuff here, all of our remaining manpower. But that's okay. Who needs manpower? Yeah, literally all we need from the one war is for them to basically reach the point where they're willing to give up, because it's a full annexation. The war against these guys is going very smoothly. This is actually going to be over before the other one is. I did not realize that it would be, but it looks like it's going to be. Oh, we're at 91% now. And never mind, I was wrong. So we can actually just finish this process. We can just annex these guys. We didn't even need to do this thing over here, it looks like. I was worried that we were going to have to fully siege the entire group, but This is not how we want to do this, though. So this goes to Pegu. Pegu is our vassal that has control of this. So we're giving this to our lovely, lovely vassal and piecing out there. So now that we've pieced out there, we have the ability to look over here and say, how much do we need to actually do? And the answer is, like, basically nothing. We don't need pretty much anything to be able to do this. So that means that we can basically just... We're not even going to get into any more fights. We're just going to chill. These guys are going to all get invested in some massive battle here that I don't have to care about. We are going to pop back down to territory that we actually like. And these guys were hammered. How does... Oh, God, the supply limit. I didn't notice that the supply limit was lower than my army size there. Oh, whoopsie a doopsie. And what else are we going to do? Okay, they're going to... My vassals are just going to feed a bunch of troops into the enemy's maw, which is fine. Alright. So, we basically just need to wait for Ava to lose its capital to us. Once that happens, we can just return all of Pegu's cores, and we can go for the next on the list. You don't have any cores of ours, do you? You do not. Just checking. Tell me it wasn't a core, is it? It's not. All right, so we just have these cores. That's all that we're going to be taking in this war. Oh, hello. Take over these cores. Anything else that I need to do? Obviously pay war reps, because everybody's got to pay war reps. But I think that's basically it. I don't think we need anything else. Just pop. Get 25% worth of loans, which is... I mean, it's not terrible. There we go. There we go. So, Pegu is now back to its full size, and then some, and we should be able to now just have our people chill down here. And since that was a reconquest, we should have an easy time. Shouldn't have any problems with, like, unrest there or anything like that. Let's see. And those particularists are causing problems. Do we need... no, I think we're just going to pop up to full stability, actually. It's expensive to get all the way up to 3 stability, but it's very valuable. Gives you a lot of cool bonuses. Okay, so are we going to be able to keep making money despite the fact that we are hemorrhaging cash right now? I believe the answer is yes. Alright, so Hormuz, fabricate a claim on you. What do we want to take? So basically, I want something. Oh, and this is an attack. I might actually get the cores back on my own. Or, like, as a result of this war that they're in, I might actually just get the cores back. So, Jask is giving me access to taking Musquat for myself. I'm going to go ahead and take Musquat. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to set to myself. And then go to this. We can actually just set all this stuff as part of our core interest. And that will hopefully result in them getting some claims in addition to their cores they've already got. So it looks like we've got a core here. The air is kind of mediocre, honestly. So we have a core here. If we take this for them, and we take this here, we should be able to basically give them whatever we want from there. Let's see. Okay, well, we're going to lose a little bit of Diplo power, but that's fine. So we have 2 claims, and we have 2 cores. Najd is not willing to join any wars, and the Mamluks are going to be a serious threat if we declare now. But we don't need to declare now anyway, because we can't even accumulate war score, because they're too weak. Kedah, you got some friends? You're friends with Malacca and Siak. How's it going? That's not terribly strong of an alliance for me. Let's see. Do I want... Okay, it looks like we are almost completely done up here. We need to take control of this. We need to take this. So Cusco, you have Mapuche as an ally. Currently getting conquered by Quito. Mapuche won't even join you. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to declare this now, strangely enough. For the whole lot, and we are going to take all 3, but we are only going to we're only going to core 2 of them, and then the 3rd one will be cored by our colonial nation once it pops. So the colonial nation should pop once we finish coring the first 2. Hey, Devil Dog. I don't think they're going to have an army right now, so I don't really have to worry about them interfering with me. But I guess there's some benefits to not declaring war, but there's also benefits to declaring war immediately. So let's see. You have a lot of territory on my border now, friend. Is this Malwa? No, this is Hormuz. So, do we have more claims against Malwa now? What do we have? I guess we have to wait. We have a total of 4 claims, but we can only go for a few of them at once. We're definitely not going to go after Malwa right now. That's too big of an investment. I should not have... Oh, never mind. I already started the annexation. We're fine. I was like, no, I shouldn't have done that. It's like, wait, never mind, we're fine. So Ikma has just taken Lima, which is somewhat relevant. It's not a huge problem. It's a little bit of a problem because that means they have an army. So Quito and Charca. And it looks like everybody's at war right now, so I don't have to worry too much about this. But yeah. Oh, hey, Cusco has an army. Look at that. So hopefully my fleet arrives before the army does too much damage to me. And it looks like Shamar just grew a lot. Let's see. Let's see. Advice for new players. My advice would be to probably try to start out in a place that you find interesting and maybe know a little bit about the history, or that has like a component of play that you find to be fun. So like if you're interested in like having a bunch of little minions running around, there's a couple of easy options. The first is to try a colonizer, and I think those are probably the easiest to start with for a like minion play. So by minion play, what I mean is if you look here, all these blue nations, the nations that have blue armies, these are all my minions. They're vassal states, right? But colonial nations, like this one over here, will basically fight wars for you and do all sorts of things for you. And that's kind of a fun gameplay for some people, and for other people, it's incredibly irritating because the AI is dumb, right? I really enjoy that kind of play. So, but if you're looking for that, starting out as either like England or starting out as like Castile or potentially even Portugal can be an interesting way to start. If you're looking for just like a practice in like conquering stuff, I think the Ottomans might be a good choice because they can kind of just expand in any direction they want willy-nilly. If you're looking for something that's more like, I would say probably the most prototypical, like the most archetypal Europa Universalis nation to play as is probably France. Because France starts out very big, and they're easy to blob with to get, to make yourself bigger by conquering people and stuff like that. But they're also in an area where they're surrounded by people of their own religion that are easy to do diplomacy with. You can do stuff like personal unions. Personal unions aren't really a thing that I've ever focused on. But France also is in a good position to potentially become the Holy Roman Emperor. So France, like for a diplomatic style game, I feel like France is a good start. I've never really played as Austria very much, so I don't really know how Austria plays, but Austria is probably also a good nation for a more diplomatic start. If you're looking for a good kind of like beginner's island, I feel like India actually works really well. The Vijayanagar, which is the nation that I'm playing as right now, is actually very good because it's the biggest nation in the area. And if you beat up on the Bamanis, which is the second biggest nation in the area, very like at the beginning of the game to take back your cores, you basically become irrevocably the biggest nation in the area. And then you can play around with the trade mechanics because you have to deal with trade that's going out from your node, and you have the potential to do colonial stuff over in Africa. You have this potential to do colonial stuff over in South America. And it gives you a good idea of it's a good place to have like a growth into like a certain size, and then like I've won the game, so to speak, if that makes any sense. Like it's a good place to become the number one great power, and it's not necessarily the best to transition into a world conquest, but a world conquest is not something that a new player is going to be doing because it's very, very time consuming, and it is all about time management, and you need to get certain things done by certain times, and it's not a fun. For most people who like World Conquest, the actual World Conquest part isn't even that fun. So it's not something that I would suggest for that. The other thing that you could do is you could also just pick like a nation that has an interesting achievement that's like a small scale achievement that's easy to accomplish. So as an example, like getting the achievement for uniting Ireland is a moderately difficult achievement because you have to deal with England, and England is very scary. But in terms of like, it's a very, exactly what you want to accomplish, and you can sort of work toward accomplishing that. The other thing is that I would not necessarily suggest playing this game on Iron Man first. I would suggest playing it not on Iron Man so that you get the ability to just declare a war, and then all of a sudden all of these things happen and you're like, holy crap, what did I just do? Because you don't, it's not easy when you first start to understand what the consequences of your actions are going to be. Whereas once you've played it a lot, it's easier to understand and gauge, okay, well, if I do this, then all of these things are going to happen all at once, right? And so I feel like for your first playthrough, I wouldn't suggest playing it on Iron Man for the first playthrough. Which means that you can't get achievements, but that's fine as well, right? You can do practice runs for achievements, or you can do, just not worry about achievements. There's a lot of dynamics there. But Yeah, that would be my initial like sort of recommendations for a new player. Who are you at war with? I don't like this at all. Charka. Oh no. I don't like this at all. No, 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 no. So that means that I have taken too long and that Portugal is starting to get up in my business because I was thinking that I would be fine, but it turns out that Portugal actually got all their stuff all the way up here. Should have paid more attention. So the thing is, it's about to finish soon. Where's my fleet at? Where are you guys at? There you are. In the middle of goddamn nowhere. Did I? Yes, I did. Alright. Yeah, Castile is in. I feel like in Crusader Kings 2, the Spain area is a pretty good starting area. And if you want to be more passive, if you want to be more passive, Castile is good for sort of a passive first playthrough. If you want to have a really active playthrough, it's very hard to actually be active with Castile. It gets very hard very quick because you're surrounded by so many really big major nations. So if you're a really active player, I feel like Castile is going to be harder than it seems like it should be because it's such a powerful nation. But so that's something to bear in mind as well. Is sometimes a nation can be very powerful and also very hard because it's surrounded by other powerful nations. You want to be a big fish in a small pond if you want a more easy playthrough, generally. Da, da, da. Let's see. We can get an explorer if we want. Do I want to try and circumnavigate the globe? Do I want to try it? The way that the AI handles this is going to be dumb because I don't have anything up here, and they're going to go all the way up to Europe instead of just going across down here. So if I try to do the circumnavigation, I might not succeed just because of the Europe thing. What just happened? Oh, we finished a colony. Okay. Don't need to worry about you. Yes, we do. We have another claim to fabricate. Do I want to declare for my claims first? I think I want to declare for my claims first. Holy shit, they're allied with the Ottomans now? Oh, well, that's a problem. Ooh, that's going to make my life a lot more difficult. Okay, then. I don't think it'll be too bad. It'll be fine. Okay, did I send all my peeps out? Looks like it. I don't remember where I sent them, but I sent them somewhere, I'm sure. I love how that just cannot handle the movement. Okay. Next, we have manufactory. Build and wear. I'm going to build these in. Oh, we're here? Oh, good. Finally. Now, that means that we can declare war on you. And we'll take this first. Did they lose their core? No, right? No, they did not lose their core. So, and take control of this. We actually cannot take control of any of the provinces that we need to take. So the war with Cusco is largely irrelevant right now. And pop over here. So Gujarat just sent us a diplomatic insult, which had to have been an accident because I have a truce with them, which means that they couldn't have just sent it on their own. Hey, that's interesting. These guys split up into different nations. Unfortunately, I don't have a claim on any of them. That's too bad. Alright, well, I can just get this core back, I guess. And let's see. Loose lips sink ships. And this is the guy who has siege ability, right? Nope. I am super smart. I am the smartest. Oh, I guess I can't detach a siege, can I? My own province. Okay, there we go. Get this going properly. It's gonna give us plus what, 28 to it? 35 when we get there, I think. Nope, it's 7% per. I don't know why I thought it was 14% per. I guess it's because most of them do a +2. Okay, so Conquest of Lima is going apace. Are you going to win or lose your fight at some point? Because I feel like Quito should be conquering you right now. But yeah, I have to be pretty quick on my feet here because I'm going to need to actually take control of this whole area before the thingers take control of it, before the Europeans show up. Okay, let's piece you out, take control of this. Oh, yeah, I'm at war with Cusco, so I can't core it yet. I shouldn't have actually pieced out then. Oh, whoops, this person's chilling here still. Okay, we got a person going here. We don't have somebody going here. Do I want to cut them off here? This is not a terribly optimal location. This is colonial. Oh, hello. That is a 555 province. Yes, please. That's a very good start for colonial Mexico. Don't need anything here. Charca, though, I do need to make a claim on. What area are you in, or what colonial region are you in? They're in colonial Peru. So claim this. Basically, once this war finishes, I'll be involved. That's suboptimal. Come on. I'm sure that Cusco is willing to go for 100% war score right now, so why is it that you're not piecing out with them? There's no way that these guys are not in full-on retreat mode. Oh, whoa, that's a lot of cannons. I did not realize that was exclusively cannons. Okay. We have 1,000 troops on the enemy side. Here's a question. Does it cost me? It does not. It doesn't cost me any Diplo power to take control of more property. I don't need a claim on everything. I just need a claim on the stuff that I need a claim on. So what does that mean for us? I think it means that it's time for me to... Now the reason that I'm doing this right here is I want these guys just chilling here when this finishes. These guys are actually going to go down to these provinces here. Because at some point these guys are going to have to stop, right? Like, they can't stay at war forever. Right? Right? Okay. Declare... Oh, good. They're no longer allied with the Ottomans. That is very good. Very good. Do I have a thing? I do not have a thing. Lima Laxicor, but I can't do anything about it right now. Ooh, well, I like that. Give me some of that legit. What we got? Oh, good. Somebody pieced out. Am I just going to annex you? Aha! So, new colonial nation. What should I call it? That's a good question. I don't even know what I would call this region. Like, I don't even know what a silly, like, pun thing would be for it. Can I customize these people? Can I customize these after the fact and just come up with a name later? Where are you? No. Start war in colony. That's interesting. Okay, I can customize the name at will, so I think we're going to do this later. That's something that I can deal with in time. For now, we should probably build some more manufactories, right? I'm telling you, man, Industrial Revolution is coming early to India. Okay. Do you have a army? You do not, no. So I don't actually need to keep all these people here. Okay, and I'm just gonna move here. And we are all set. So basically, the second that this finishes, this fort will be transferred over. And, I mean, assuming that they even keep the fort, which is not entirely known. Okay, perfect. You are a new nation, aren't you? You are a completely new nation that I can declare a separate war on to take control of the claim that I have on you. And I'm going to go ahead and do that. As soon as my troops get out of your territory, anyway. Cool beans. So we're in good shape here. Lima is a bit of a problem, but not that huge of a problem considering. And we cannot core Lima yet. Are we going to just go for a full-on annexation? I think we're just going to annex all this stuff, actually. It's going to give me some overextension. It's going to be a little troublesome. But I think that it'll be worth dealing with the overextension for a little bit. You only get aggressive expansion from declaring a war if you declare an unlawful war. So if you declare a war with no casus belli, it's very bad. Don't do it. One of the components is you get a bunch of aggressive expansion. It's the least of your worries in that situation. So don't declare unlawful wars, just generally. But beyond that, you only get aggressive expansion when you are aggressively taking territory. So you can do a lot of things to very much hurt an opponent, as well as to benefit yourself without getting any aggressive expansion for it. So territory that you take for yourself or your vassals, so the nations that are, or any of your subjects, so something that's beneath you in the sort of the tree of who owns, who's in charge. If you're in charge of another nation directly, and you're the one who's making all the actual decisions for that nation, and thus to a degree benefiting when they are made more powerful, then you will also get aggressive expansion for that. Otherwise, if you're giving territory to like an ally or something like that, the ally will get the aggressive expansion, not you. So when you're declaring wars, it's important to know that anything that you take in terms of territory will give you aggressive expansion. But what you can do is you can get a bunch of more like financial benefits from declaring a war, taking the financial stuff from them, taking, war reparations and money from them, and then weakening them dramatically without, getting your aggressive expansion too high. Or if you're trying to just weaken a particular enemy, you can start handing their provinces off to random people and do stuff like that to help you out as well. It just depends on what you're trying to accomplish with the war. So I think that's full annexation, right? Yes. That is 91 aggressive expansion. So speaking of aggressive expansion, let's see here. That's a lot of aggressive expansion. Anybody that I care about, though? Not really. Wonka and Cusco are going to cease to exist. Charca is probably going to cease to exist. I don't think there's going to be too much that I have to worry about here. The big problem is if Portugal starts joining in. But for now, we're fine with them. So Portugal is... These guys have aggressive expansion, but only 9? Wow. How about Portugal themselves? Aggressive expansion... 7. Perfect. So we're not going to get any problems there. So now we can go and core... How many provinces? We only need, 2? How many provinces do we have in this? Okay, so we need 2 provinces to be cored, and that will automatically send everything else to our vassals. So it looks like we got 2 6 development provinces. It's going to take 32 months. And let's see, do we have a claim on you? No, because we're not doing our job properly. Okay, we will fabricate a claim on Charcas itself. We are going to stop building a spy network, and we are going to probably stop building a spy network with you as well. I don't think we need it anymore. Now, you are at war with the Ottomans? I like this. I am confused by this, but I also like this quite a lot. So, let's take a look at what caused that. I guess I can't until... Well, I guess I can, but it's fine. So, Ottomans are at war with the Mamluks. That's what I thought. The Ottomans attacked the Mamluks. That's why they lost their alliance. Perfect. So if I declare on you, nobody will help you. That was slightly scarier and more supervillainy than I intended, but that's fine. So we're going to go ahead and take all of the things. We are going to take... We're going to take all of these things for ourselves. We're not going to take our cores here yet. We'll deal with the core situation later, I think. Yes. We want to weaken these guys, and taking Hormuz itself will weaken them dramatically. That'll weaken them way more than anything else does. So Baluchistan is the only thing that we need. No, we also need Timurids. Okay, we're going to send you to here, I guess. We're going to send these guys to Jask. And we can just walk through here, it turns out. Pegu is getting military access through here already. That's interesting. And we don't need a random cavalry chilling here, accruing thinger. So, how weak are you right now? Because I feel like you should be really weak. I don't know if you're weak enough for Yaz to do the job on their own. But you might be. And that would be great. If Yaz could just do this for me, that would make my life a lot easier. I don't think it's going to happen. Don't think that's going to be the thing. Oh, whoa! We haven't sent out a columnist for this. So, the other thing that we need to do, this is an important thing, and this is something to pay attention to when you're doing, anytime you're doing colonies, is it's very useful to send a subsidy to your colonies, because your colonial nations, if you send them money, they will start colonizing. But they generally will not colonize unless you give them money, because they cannot do the finances. They are just too dang poor. So it is very useful to do that. Do I want to... take crappy territory that I can get a lot of control over? Ooh. Oh, this is slightly too far away. Wait, how is this too far away? But Florida is not. That's a little strange. Should we colonize the Americas? Let's see. I feel like these guys they're doing some work. That is a lot of work done by this place. I am very happy. Let's see. Don't need anything here. So I guess we have a couple options here. And I think we're going to stick with focusing on South America for now. I want to kind of just consolidate South America. Because if I consolidate South America, how much? We only have 64%. We're fine. If I consolidate South America, we should be in a pretty good position. So we've now conquered you. That gives us... how much overextension? That would give us 11% overextension. Do we want to peace out? There's no reason to, because we're already at war with someone else, so we don't get to not be at war anymore or anything like that. So I guess I probably should have sent my ships over, huh? So we're going to go ahead and first we're going to repair them, and then we're going to have them get over there. Do I have a... I don't have an explorer. So maybe Dora needs to be pulled out of the woodworks so that we can explore the Southeast Pacific, I guess, first. Oh, whoa, we got another merchant. So where do we want to send our merchant? We already have a merchant there. Do we have a merchant on the Ivory Coast? We do not. Nope. We only have 33% of the trade power in Ivory Coast, though. Is there anywhere that we have a lot of trade power and not a merchant? We actually have a decent amount of trade power just sitting in Gujarat. So we could just collect from trade here if we wanted. I'm going to do it. We have some collection like trade collection so many random locations. It's amazing to me that we're actually this effective with this much random trade collection as opposed to proper business. So these guys are just going to do their thing, and these guys don't have a core here, do they? Okay, we are coring this, good. So Cindy separatists are making noise. Oh, whoa. You have an army? How do you still have an army? Oh, God. Well, that's going to be very unfortunate for my vassal. And what's even more unfortunate is I didn't actually send an army to come help you, so get wrecked. Trade is very confusing. All the dynamics for trade are a little strange. And by a little, I mean a lot. They're a lot strange. So it's a complicated thing to tinker with, and it's just going to take a while to learn it. But basically, the trade is going to be pushed in given directions based off of how much power you have, which is a component of your provincial power, which most provincial power is actually coming just from these centers of trade. The actual provinces themselves aren't that important as long as you have the ones that specifically are centers of trade. And if you control the centers of trade and you have... It basically, once you've taken complete control of an area's centers of trade, you're pretty locked in. But the percentage of your power allows you to, basically accumulate money there, either by transferring it to another place and collecting there, or by collecting directly. If you do collect directly instead of doing it in your main trade city, you get a huge penalty to your trade power. So you get I have right now a minus 50.5% just from that here. But it stacks like additively with your other modifiers. So if you have a bunch of trade modifiers, then it's not really that big of a deal. So you can make a pretty decent bit of money just by collecting trade random places. I'm earning 4 ducats per month just by collecting here. So yeah, trade is it's a very strange system. The way everything works is the basic gist is that all trade is in some way, shape, or form flowing toward one of the 3 end nodes, right? So they're all trade is flowing toward either Venice, Genoa, or the English Channel, and each of these nodes in between, you can basically stop the trade there, which is what's going on here. So these numbers here are the numbers of, this is where the trade is going to. This 27 here is how much we're keeping right here. That's not leaving the node at all. So all of the trade will eventually accumulate here unless it's stopped by a powerful nation basically stopping well, some of it is just eaten up anyway by minor nations that are in the areas. But the big chunks of it come from basically major nations just blockading an entire trade node and taking complete control of it and just saying, yeah, we're keeping this here now. And it's effectively an endpoint then, even if it isn't technically one. But there's so many complicated dynamics. So provincial trade power filters upstream. So what that means is that any provinces that you control in Gujarat give you provincial trade power. And a small portion of that provincial trade power that you have in Gujarat will actually move upstream to places like Coromandel and pull trade forward. It only goes up 1, though, I think. I think it only goes up 1 area. So the key is that in order to secure a node to actually have full control over it, you not only need to control that node, you also have to control anything. You have to control the things that are immediately downstream of it to prevent the money from exiting to those locations instead. So as an example, if you look at the trade here, you can see no money is being sent to the Cape of Good Hope. The reason is if you go down to the Cape of Good Hope, all of the provincial trade power here, I am collecting trade here, but because I control it, I'm not pulling stuff away from my own merchants. So I'm only pulling forward stuff from other areas. I'm not pulling forward from my own merchant. So, and because I'm the only one who has any direct power in this node, all of this stuff is just upstream. So this is like, all of this is just being, no, sorry, that's not the right thing to look at. If you look at this, this is all transfer from traders downstream, right? Every single one of these is actually, if you look up here in the Ivory Coast, I do not have complete control of the Ivory Coast. So, because there's places like Benin and Ndongo and Congo and France all here, they're all pulling a little bit of the trade out of the Cape of Good Hope. But I'm still able to keep most of it because I have a lot more trade power here than those nations do combined. So the Cape of Good Hope is actually very useful because a lot of African stuff actually empties toward the east into this area, and then you can just filter it straight to the Cape of Good Hope. And if you can take complete control of the Ivory Coast, then you can lock all the trade right here. And that's something that I'm hoping to be able to do soon, actually. I'd like to be able to lock as much of that trade there as possible. Because I might actually use Africa as my center of trade instead of using my capital. But we'll see. Okay, so we have a lot of options here. National unrest is not a bad option, considering that I have no legitimacy. I don't usually do multiplayer for games like this because it's a lot of work to get that kind of stuff organized. Like, I would do that kind of stuff with my friends, but I wouldn't do it, on the internet. I tried doing it once with viewers, and it was an enormous hassle to get everything working, and then anytime someone disconnected, we had to restart the whole lobby and the whole thing, and that happened a lot. I'm sure that they've improved their, servers and everything since then. I'm sure that it's better now than it was years ago when I did that. But it's not really the kind of stuff that I'm that interested in either. Because I like to be able to pause. Not being able to pause makes me sad. How many ships and things do you have? Because they have a pretty big army, actually. I'm a little concerned about their navy because I do only have 7 Carracks and they're all injured already. Oh, Hormuz, are you at war with the Ottomans? Yes, you are. Haha, maybe the Ottomans will come wipe out your army for me. Okay, so, do I need to declare war on somebody else over here right now? Probably not. I think I can wait a little bit, but not very long. So basically, I need to wait for the stuff to finish firing. Oh, yes. So we're just going to put these guys in Hormuz, because that'll work pretty well for us. This is an army that doesn't have any cannons, and I didn't pay enough attention to realize that. So now I have an army with no cannons that's going to be in charge of sieging shit, and that's just not a good way to be. And these guys lost control of this siege because they're dopes. There we go. Hormuz's army is now retreating. These guys are going to try to take their own capital back, which is good. And we should be in okay shape here. It looks like the Mamluks are sending troops to fight the Ottomans. I hope that the Mamluks don't lose this too badly, because I need the Mamluks to I didn't put a proper general in charge either. Okay, yep, I am good at this game, you guys. You have no idea. You have no idea because there's no evidence of it. Let's see, that is no cannons. Do I not have any cannons? I have not built enough cannons. We are going to move you over here. We're going to give you the good siege general. How are we doing on this? Looks like we're going to have to wait another few years, probably, question mark. And I think that all these have actual colonists. So that means that we need to recall one of them. We will recall you. Going over your limit gets progressively more expensive, but the first one over your limit is only like twice as expensive, so I think it's worth it to get that first one. Do I want to start getting full colonial Australia business going? Do I? Maybe I do. I think I do. Alright, we're going to send a colonist to Australia. And once we've got Australia colonized, we'll be getting them operating. And you here. Take control of this area. And the Ottomans are sieging down their capital. Meanwhile, I have a claim on what? I have a claim on the thing that the Ottomans are currently sieging down. God damn it. So New Spain is colonizing near me somewhere. Ducal, I don't like to hear that. So New Spain is right here. This is going to be very confusing for everyone involved. I should probably be colonizing more of Mexico, actually. I need to get that colonial nation going so that I can start conquering through it. Because that's what the Spaniards are doing right now, and that is going very well for them, and it's going to cause some serious problems to have colonial Spain be that big. Let's see. I think it's great to play with other players, especially if you have like a friend who is like interested in doing this kind of stuff. I think it's a lot of fun to just like have two people playing in like the same basic region and then just like play together. Like that is very fun. I love the like co-op with like your friends. The problem is that none of my friends want to play. None of the people that I hang out with actually want to play this game. None of my friends are interested in any of the things that I'm interested in. It is a very unfortunate state of being. So, we have a claim on this. We have a claim on this. Nice. I like that. We've got gems on a really nice province, so not bad at all. Okay, let's keep exploring. Want to explore the Southeast Pacific coast first, or no, I'm going to do Northeast Pacific coast. Let's start getting an eye on the West Coast. The stuff north of the equator isn't really that relevant to my interests. It's mostly relevant from the perspective of, okay, I need to figure out what I'm going to be doing here. That corruption is going to take a while to get rid of. I might want to just do the professionalism. I'll root out the rot. It's fine. It's a more RP appropriate way to do it anyway. Oh, I like that. Alright, so you need to tick And once you've ticked, we should be all set. How are we doing on... Oh, wow, our manpower is back up to half, so we are doing fine. We could actually get involved in a pretty major war without too many problems now. Okay, so, problem. We only have access to 2 of our claims right now. And I want to get all 3 of them. Oh, whoa, this is going to be 36% overextension. That's a problem. 36% overextension is a lot of overextension for someone that is currently over 60% overextended. So, nice. So we are building these in Bengal right now, which benefits them more than it does us, but we're in the process of annexing them already. It should be fine. Okay, who do we need to get a claim on? We need to get a claim on Shu. Shu is no longer at war. Shu is no longer at war with Spain. Excellent. Do we want... Alright, we're going to devote 2 spies permanently to getting a single claim on each of these nations so that we can just start annexing our way through them. Who are you allied with? Nobody. So Shu is allied with nobody. I think they have a truce with Spain, right? They have a truce with Spain. Yes. Okay, so we have time to go after them later, and that is good. How are we doing with regard to our coring? This core is very important. Lima is now cored. And this is going to be cored in a couple of months. Once that's cored, we should... Oh, interesting. That one's just spawned. So we should have a reasonably large colonial nation that we spawn with this, and that'll be good. Do we want to... We don't need to do anything else, though, because they are going to have a lot of overextension. They're going to have a lot. We are going to not send you. We're going to send you guys the Conquistador to find the 7 cities of gold, because why the hell not? And let's see. Anything else that we need to do? I guess we're just waiting. Oh, this war is over, so we now have the ability to take everything that we want, and that is going to include a lot of aggressive expansion. Holy shit, that is a lot of people added to that list. So we might not want to take all 3. If we take just 2 of them, Shanmar is still on the list. Alright, that was a... it's more intense than I anticipated. I can't imagine why. So if I just take Hormuz on its own... then that doesn't add anybody to the coalition. I think we're going to sit on this decision for a while because we can. We don't have to make the decision right now. Okay. Because I think the Ottomans wiped out their army. Nope, the Ottomans did not wipe out their army. Or if they did, they've since gotten it back. So, this is not an optimal thing for me to be doing. Aha, there we go. New colonial nation has spawned. And we are not going to name it either, because I need to go look up some... I need to refresh my Tamil, basically. So we are going to annex you right now. So that's that done. And so now we have a relatively large colonial nation that we've just spawned, and we don't have any unrest for some reason. Okay, that's fine. No unrest makes me happy. And hopefully they can start getting some of this stuff cored reasonably quickly, because we are going to be looking over here and saying, sup, how you doing? Alright, so if we take these two, I don't have any forts in the area, so this would require that I actually siege down this whole fort just to get access to these, which I don't necessarily even want that much anyway. So, honestly, I think I might just do this. This is a reasonably big chunk. This is such a huge province, so I think I'm just going to take this one province and call it a day. I don't think return cores is going to help me any. Yeah, that puts the Timurids onto the thing, so. And we're not going to increase the size of our truce with them, because that would be silly. We don't want a long truce with them because we want to declare war on them again soon. So we've taken one of our cores, and we are going to be the Vijayanagari. Know nothing about running a state. Alright, so that's such a huge province. Oh man. We have 31% of the trade power in this node now? Wow. That is not too bad. 24 now. Boop. Alright. What are we doing now? We're currently vassalizing, or sorry, we're integrating Bengal. We need... I don't think we need to do anything up here for right now. We can wait until this gets to about 800 and then we can send someone out. So, how much overextension do you guys currently have? Oh, speaking of overextension, not at all, actually, but speaking of things that I need to do, let's give them a nice little 4 ducat a year, or a month subsidy for 90 years. That will give them a nice head start. And they are going to start doing that, which is very nice. So we have 9,000 troops here. We have 5,000 troops that are puttering around down here. Where do I want to direct my wrath next? Benin is... I will 100% ease the tension if it gives me a nice thing with literally everyone. Okay. That seems completely sensible. Gain +1 prestige or gain 5% army morale. Alright, so this army is actually completely locked here and I can't get them back until later. Actually, do I want to bring these guys somewhere? This army has 3,000 cannons. I am actually going to build a bunch of cannons because I clearly don't have enough cannons. You gotta build more cannons. Do I have a truce with you? Yes. I like how my name shows up in the middle. It's like, I'm the overlord. Shouldn't my name be, like, visible, not just like hidden amongst all the riffraff. I do not have a truce with Jaunpur, but I don't think I have any good. Oh, I actually do have a decent number of provinces that I can take for Jharkhand, and I'm not actually annexing Jharkhand right now. So that would give me a war against just them, and let's take a look. Bengal is a little strong right now, but not that bad. It's not a problem. So we're going to move this army over here, and we are going to check. Jaunpur has 38,000 troops. They have a rank 11 military, so they are way behind. And these guys are the wrong fleet. This fleet is going to move these guys over, and then we'll be set. I think. So this army is going to just move over here. We have another merchant again. We are going to... I think we're just going to collect here. I don't really have a lot of, like, places to go that are north of me right now. I don't have a very long pathway to get to my main nation. So, go ahead and fabricate on shortly and stop building spy network. We're going to go to you and fabricate a claim on Pibble. I don't have any unrest anymore. That's good. No unrest to speak of anyway. Alright, so these guys, we have claims on both of them. And we can get these parties started. 20,000 troops should be sufficient to take out both of these guys, probably. Shiva's getting its butt kicked right now. Okay, we have 10. Did I just build 10 Merc cannons? Oh my god, I am an idiot. Okay, let's get rid of those because that is a lot of money wasted. Holy crap. Okay, this needs to be deleted. Let's create a new template of 10 regular cannons. Wow, that was such a huge waste of money. How much does this cost? Yeah, it costs 300. Yeah, I thought the 500 seemed excessive for 10 cannons, but, you know, why would I pay more attention than I have to, right? At least I didn't throw away a bunch of manpower on it as well. I do not have the next thing yet. I'm going to be accumulating some serious tech penalties soon. Ooh, infantry fire plus 0.3? Yikes. I still have not actually finished the diplomatic tree. Oh man, this is funny. Okay, which ones was that? Was that the... Yeah, alright. So, Mewar just declared war on Gujarat. So, you guys have fun puttering around with your little wars over there. And let's see, Garhi separatists, huh? What nation is that? Garha. Do I have anything from Garha? Doesn't look like it. Perfect. Perfectamundo. This is Garha. Nope. Nope. Okay, so we're all set. Alright, let's go ahead and declare this. Get this party started. We could actually just dive these guys. They're in hills, but... I mean... And we don't have a single cannon. In a army this large, there is not a single cannon. Because of course there isn't. We need to declare... Wait, did they just start a... Did they just start drilling? They just started drilling right next to my army. Oh no, friend. Why would you do this? I have an army sitting right next to you. This is not what you should be doing right now. Okay, well, that's fine. You guys are stationary and incapable of defending yourselves, so you have fun fighting me, I guess? Oh, never mind, they can just retreat. We're fine. Do you have any... Three? 3 cannons! I mean, 3,000, but 3! All my cannons are in South America. Every goddamn cannon I own is in South America. It's ridiculous. Why? Alright, so I guess, what do I do? I'm actually going to move these guys here. You know, never mind. I'm just going to leave them right where they're standing. It's fine. They have to walk a little further. I don't care. Alright, this is a 27 thinger. This is a place that we do not have military access. If we get military access, we can actually just walk straight in. So they're probably not going to give us military access. I mean, I could probably ask for it myself, but what? It's beneath me. Asking for military access. Yeah, they're outraged. They're not going to give it to me anyway. Let's see here. Anything else that I need doing over here? How's Pegu doing over here with these guys? Do we have a truce spell? Yes, we do. Oh no, we lost our diplomatic insult casus belli. Alright, so I'm not going to have any trouble over here, it looks like. Jaunpur has 40,000 troops, but 16,000 of them and their general are right here. So basically, this army is completely locked in unless it goes through here, which it can't because I'm standing right there. So I basically trapped their army away from my siege, which is pretty useful. Speaking of, I actually haven't told everyone what I want them to do, so maybe I should have told everyone to go siege. That would have made sense. The colonial nations I might actually want to give a little bit more thing or two. Drunken whiskey thieves. Interesting. So I'm actually just getting... Somebody stole whiskey and that gives me free stuff. Army tradition is not that important because army tradition determines how powerful your army is right now, which I don't really care about because I'm not fighting anyone important. Whereas army professionalism, that's sticky. That stays around for a while. So it looks to me like I'm locked out of here. Better production methods. Let's get that Diplo power going. Oh, Jesus. Well, so much for that guy. That poor army is just like, ah! That's a lot of troops. So, Yaz is... Yaz is having a bit of a rough time right now. I think they're probably not terribly happy with how this has gone so far. So, let's go ahead and just do Northeast Pacific Coast. That'll allow us to get all of this identified pretty fast. And that will be good. We can now invest in scientific experimentation if we want, but we don't really need to right now. Let's see. I can send aid. That'll be useful. Lose some of their war exhaustion. How's the coring process going, friends? Have you started the coring on most things? Ooh, Puno is actually cored already. So they've already got some of this stuff cored, which means that it's time to actually go after Charka, I think. Charka, do you have any allies? You do. You have Quito as an ally. Quito, do you have any allies? Muisca and Charka. Who's Muisca? Hoyla. You are completely isolated. And I have a claim. Okay. So I might not actually have to do anything here. Boo. Apparently my spy ring got busted. So sad. Okay, so Jaunpur, we are doing what for? We have claims. So you are going to Jharkhand, and you are not going to Jharkhand. You are going to Jharkhand. Or Bengal. We're going to go to Jharkhand. And you need to go to Jharkhand when I have actually... What? Okay, fine. No, don't give me minus 5% morale. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. It's unacceptable behavior. Oh, am I still trying to fabricate claims on somebody that I don't need? We need to stop building a spy network here. And we will start building a spy network in here. And basically, I'm just going to start doing a conquest spree as soon as I can, actually. I'll need to send over the troops from South America. So this war is going to be fast, I think, question mark. These guys are still randomly just wandering around. Hey guys, how's it going? These guys need to come back, I think. Do I have a in here? Okay. I did not think about the fact that they might. Okay, it looks like these cores are working. Oh, they are actually colonizing 2 places at once? Holy crap, I was not expecting that. Okay, so we're basically just going to blow through all of these things. How are we doing over here? Looks like we're winning quite a lot of sieges against Jaunpur. Meanwhile, they're going through all of my vassal territory because going after my territory directly is terrifying, and I made a mistake. I made a significant mistake, actually, because I can't actually just declare this because that's... Charka won't join. Interesting. So Quito will join if I attack Charka, but not the other way around. You assholes need to come back. Yeah, that seems useful. So in 4 years, I can get the next admin tech, and that will get me a new idea group. We are definitely not doing another one of these. We're going to do admin? Maybe humanist? Civil service. I guess I could get my first military idea group if I wanted. Southeast Pacific Coast. Okay, well, we've got these guys fully annexed now, basically, so... Where's your army? So we now have the ability to like fully annex Quito if we want. I don't know who this any other nation is. Okay, they are now at 100%, so we can just do this. Now, once these troops get up here, we can declare war on Quito, and I think we will just fully annex them. We might have some overextension issues for a while, but it's going to be fine, I'm sure. We do not have a person here. We finished that other person, it looks like. So we actually have to send 2 out right now. Do we want to get some more of Mexico? Or are we just going to focus on getting Mexico in other ways? Where does colonial California start? It starts right here. Do I want to start taking colonial California? I think I do. Colonial California is surprisingly big, I think. So if I can start sending colonists in there, I can actually get a pretty sizable chunk of territory out of them continuing the colonization themselves. The provinces that I'm going to give them are not going to be great, but that's fine. They don't need to start out with great provinces. They just need to start out with great subsidies so that they can get better places later. So, do we want to build another stack of cannons? I think we do, yes. So where'd my first stack of cannons go? Did I put it somewhere? Did I not actually build the stack of cannons that I was talking about building? Oh, right, I didn't have enough. I needed 300. Okay, whoops. Do we want to build 2 stacks of cannons? No debate in Parliament. Colonists. Legitimacy is pretty nice, but we really don't need it that much. I think the charter colonies is better. So we will lose some legitimacy, because losing legitimacy seems like a useful thing to do. I'm not going to use Diplo support, that's very silly. Losing some prestige is great. I forgot about that. Local autonomy in one random nation, or one random location is fine. Let's support the populace, it's fine. Praising local regiments loses professionalism, which I do not like. So I think, what is my army tradition? It's very low right now. It's continuously dropping, interestingly enough. So that's interesting. Where's my parliament? There it is. I think I'm actually going to give an army commission, because I really don't care about army tradition that much right now. Army tradition is great, don't get me wrong, but because of its sort of temporary nature, it just gravitates toward a certain baseline. It's the kind of thing where I don't really have to care that much. So are you guys actually colonizing? Did I give you your subsidies? I am giving you subsidies, so where are your colonists at? Okay. So, are they? Yes, this is not me, this is them. Perfect, so they are colonizing, we're fine. These guys are colonizing, that's good. These guys are colonizing. It looks like we are all set in that regard. We now have the ability to decide who we're going to go after. It looks like we're going to go after Quito, because I'm pretty sure better choice. And do we want to fully annex them in this war? Or do we want to just strip the... I think we probably just want to strip the coast. And it looks like, actually, we can take sufficient territory here to form Colonial Columbia. So we might just want to take the whole thing. So, I stand corrected once again. We are actually just going to take you out. The other thing that we should probably do is we should just make a clone of this navy. So, making a clone of that navy would be 7 of these. How close am I to getting a new... Probably a ways away, because I take forever to do things. But I'm so far behind technologically. When do I get a new Carrack? Carracks. 15. Okay, that's a long time away. I don't need that. I'll need the ships before I need that. So, build 7 Carracks, 7 of these, and 25 of these. That is only 800. No problem. And I have an extra colonist because the thing finished. Perfect. So we can send the next colonist to continue with California, I guess, maybe? So just send them in a line in California. So let's probably get this first. So our first cannon has been built. The rest of the cannons are going to be built now. Yahoo. And it looks like Pegu is going to wander into an army accidentally. They may or may not be successful here because I don't know how advanced the Pegu army is versus the other army, but the Pegu folks are actually on the defensive here. And it looks like they're probably going to lose because this army is probably going to make a huge difference. And yes, my vassals fighting people is basically a spectator sport for me. Don't you judge me. I'm a good, vassal lord. I'm not a bad dad. So let's see here. We can look over here. Idar is like fully thingered. We now have this. And occupied. We need to actually occupy this because without occupying it, we can't give it to them and thus give them control of it. Oh, the other thing that we should probably do if we want to weaken them. Do we want to weaken them? If we weaken them, then we run the risk that Malwa starts getting really big. But do we have a truce with Malwa? We don't actually have a truce with Malwa, so we can just declare war on Malwa and call it a day. They have few allies, but we'd be able to just sort of jump in and eat a few provinces from them if we did that. Also, fabricate a claim on... Why not fabricate a claim on your actual capital? That seems like a reasonable choice. So if we fabricate a claim on the capital, then it's probably not going to change hands. Okay, who do we want to declare war on? Because I feel like Spain is going to start conquering through here soon, so we should probably beat them to it, right? How much overextension do we have right now? 29%, just from Hormuz. Okay, so we need how many provinces? This is part of... Okay, this is part of colonial Mexico. So we have 1 province in colonial Mexico. We need 4 more. So I could declare war on you guys, who have several allies, and that would do it. Alternatively, I could declare on someone else. I think I'm just going to declare on these guys. This gives me a war with Otomi and some other people. That sounds more like a thinger than... Okay, question though. Am I going to do this battle first? I probably should, right? Okay, these are already being cored, which means that they probably... Do you have a core here? Cusco has a core on this. Cusco is not Quito. Quito does not have a core on this. Okay, let's just do it. Now's the time. You guys can be given no leader that has what I need, because there isn't a leader that has what I need. So you're going to do that, and you guys will pop here. And then we will continue on. So we have 3 years before we're going to be teching up here. Let's see, we've got 1158. Do I want to spend some admin power pumping up some of my places? I might as well, right? Just take a low development province and start pumping them up. I guess I should pump up the ones that are in this area, though. I mean, none of them are that low, though. Looking for the nice 111 provinces that are easy to pump. But that's actually plenty for now. I can save up another 200 now, which is sufficient for my current needs. So that's a 7% already, and that's a level 2 fort. So that's not bad at all. How are things going over here? Things are going perfectly well over here. They are going well enough that I probably should have ended this war earlier. So boop, 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 boop. Which over aggressive expansion. That is quite a lot of aggressive expansion. And is it worth it? Honestly, probably not. It's probably not worth all of that. So let's, if I don't take this, that gives me 33. The Timurids will still show up on the list, but the list, they're going to drop off the list before anybody meaningful shows up. It's a second to check the Timurids, actually. How do I have a truce with you? I don't have a truce with the Timurids anymore, so it's best for me to not get so much aggressive expansion that it causes problems for me. So I'm just going to take these 3 provinces for now, and I'm going to have them steer trade. I'm going to have war reps and transfer trade power. And that is it. Yep. And I don't need to declare war on anyone else in this region for a while, so. Too many military leaders. Okay, so Timurids have just got a golden age. So how are we doing here? We've got 25% control here. We got 31 chilling in this node. 31 chilling in this node is sufficient to trigger global trade. So that's good. And if I get one more, I get 5% discipline, which is very nice. So, question, do I want to start investing into getting... Do I actually just want to invest into triggering the thing to pop? Probably not, right? Not with that stuff. I'm just going to be waiting a few years, so... How much does it cost to give me this right now? 207, jeez. So there's the Quito army, unfortunately. Does this keep growing while it's under siege? Get rid of it. Actually, what we can do, this is one of the few opportunities where it makes a lot of sense for us to do. this. Except that they don't appear to be doing. Okay, that's a strategy. They seem to have sent the entire fleet over here. That is the stupidest way you could possibly have done this. That is literally the worst possible strategy that they could have utilized to accomplish this objective. That is really funny. Like, outside of adding, like, additional redundant motions to the whole business, there's literally nothing they could have done that's more dumb than that. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's see. Colonist here, here, and here. We have a total of 4 colonists, so we do need to recall you. Set a new colonist here. Da, 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 da. Actually, what am I doing? I should have canceled that. Oh well, I'll try to remember to do it later. I should be able to just circumnavigate the globe now. I don't think I'll now have any trouble with that. And did I build this duplicate navy? I did not, right? So we're just going to go ahead and build this other navy over here. So now we have 2 navies that are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. We also have just some random fleet chilling in Bengal. And let's see here. How are you guys doing? Everything seems to be doing fine here. These guys need to just go straight to... Do they not? Yeah, these guys have consolidated quite a considerable number of areas into themselves. So the hope here is that we can finish doing all of this, and then I can basically just annex them fully if I have enough. And I guess we can actually just find that out now. So if I take it, this, there's no way I can't actually annex them. They're too big. So that's perfect. So I can basically do this. That cuts off all of this shit. This gives us 111 overextension. So let's go ahead and cut out the ones that aren't on the thing. And there we go. That's not overextension. I'm an idiot. Let's see here. Let's take these back again. And that is 79% overextension. Okay. So if they finish taking everything else first, this is a fort? Okay, well, if this is a fort, how many troops do you have left, friends? They have a lot of troops, actually. They have a considerable number. Are you continuing to go? Yes, looks like that. That was in the 700s before, I think. And we do not have any need for this many of these people. I'm not paying attention, so I'm going to leave these troops here, because it's better to have some attrition than to leave 13 cannons by themselves. You have a really crappy guy, is it? Yeah, kind of, actually. He's not as bad as he looks because he has the shock damage reduction, but that's fine. Okay, so next on the agenda is to stop those smugglers. So once we've finished the war up here, we are going to actually use this fleet to bring everybody to here and get this business moving again. I have a lot more money than I'm used to having. I have a lot more money than I'm used to having. When I'm playing as the Europeans, I don't have nearly this much money. do I want anything from you? Not really, actually. So, Gujarat is... Wait, what? We don't have a peace treaty with you? Oh, that's interesting. The transfer trade power is preventing me from actually annexing, or from attacking you again. That's interesting. Because it looks like it just keeps the transfer trade power relationship in place until somebody cancels it. So I'm actually going to set Peru to aggro instead of siege. Because they have a really big army. I think I'm going to set all of my colonial nations to be aggressive, because the colonial nations are a lot scarier than your typical nations. Like, your typical vassals are not nearly as scary as the kind of bullshit that you pull off with these crazy vassals. Okay, recall, and recall. Okay, so we are going to take the person from here and send them to here. Okay, nope. We're going to circumnavigate the globe. I think we can do this right now. The only reason that we wouldn't be able to do it is if the fleet goes about it in, like, the most stupid possible manner. Basically the only threat is, so, you know what, I'm going to set Idar to aggressive as well. Because Idar should be able to just take out their own thingers. We won the Siege of Quito. We are now trading in silks. And these guys are going to apparently not go together, because I thought that I clicked on both, but I only clicked on one. So we're going to get these guys up to this area up here. Just walk in on Bogota. And these guys are completely on their own, so I don't have to worry about that at all. As long as they have a truce with these people. They have 2 more years of truce, so we should be able to annex them before that happens. No problem. It's now June. Does that mean that it has been another year? It does not. Okay. Okay, I set them to aggressive, but they're not actually being aggressive because they don't feel like it, apparently. Okay, I think these guys are actually doing that mission already. I don't know why it's acting like they're not. They're currently repairing, which is a good idea, so I'm glad that they're doing it. Okay, Mayo has changed to livestock. And what else are we doing? I want to just annex this whole bit. Is there a really strong reason to do that? It prevents Spain from getting it all, basically. That's the only real reason to go in there as India. So this gives even the Timurids will actually get one aggressive expansion penalty from that. That's really funny. They're so far away, and they're just like, "You guys are so aggressive. Could you not? Could you not?" I don't know how you guys managed to get damaged doing whatever the hell you're doing. How did they get damaged between this and this? That's my question for you today. How does this even happen? So it looks like they've sent their army over here, which is not a great plan for them necessarily. Oh yeah, that army is about to get wiped. Because these guys aren't even adjacent to any colonial powers, so they have what, like a... That is a rank 9 army. A little rough. Okay, well, I'll be able to piece them out once I do this. This has been successfully colonized. Recall, and set. So we're good. Dun, 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 dun. The other thing to check, actually, is this is colonial Colombia. We have so much admin power. I'd actually like to take everything that's in colonial Colombia if I can. So that's actually all of this up here. And do I want to core all of that? No, I'm only going to core a little bit. But I need to core 4 things in colonial Colombia. So that means taking all of the stuff that I'm already taking. Okie dokie then. And I can just core 1, 2, 3, 4. And that'll allow me to produce a new colonial nation. And that will be great. And we are going over here. We're going to build some more manufactories. Yeah, my economy's doing great this game. We're doing very well. Will you just finish this siege, please? This is getting ridiculous. How are we doing? Okay, this is at -5% now instead, so we're going to grab this. And now we can figure out what we want for our new slot. What do we want? It's a little tempting to go with military ideas, but I don't really want that right now. I think I might just go with admin again. Admin gives me extra states. We're going with admin. I forgot. I forgot about the extra states from admin. The core creation cost reduction is nice as well, but it's not as important as the extra states. The extra states are important because the number of states you can have is basically like a hard limit on how big you can get without accruing just crippling amounts of corruption. %92%. So this had better tick this time, or I'm going to be very sad. There we go. All right, so this is acceptable to them now. We will get 75% overextension, which kind of sucks. But we're not actually going to take all of that overextension. A decent portion of that is going to get eaten by our vassal. Do we want to have to deal with their separatists? I guess we might as well. Oh, do we want to just do this instead? Because why would we... All right, we're going to do this. I think that this is a good amount of territory to take, and it will lead to good results. So basically, a good portion of what we're taking is actually going to be eaten by... Do I want to take Quito itself? I could just take a bunch of territory down here instead. There's not really a strong reason why I would take that particular province. So we can get this up to 99%. And most of it's in colonial Peru. How are you on your coring? Is your coring done? It looks like your coring is done. Okay, so they can afford the overextension, so we're just going to do this. We're going to take this. This is going to give less than 65% overextension to them. And we are going to be able to basically core up these 4 provinces ourselves in order to form another colonial nation. Can we core you? Yes, we can. Okay. Okay, we don't actually have enough to core all 4 right this particular second. But the other nice thing about this is we've now cleaned up our borders. So we now have this entire mass. This is probably most of colonial Peru. Yeah, we already have most of colonial Peru under our control because most of it's already occupied at the start date. So we are all set there and we are ready to continue on. So we have a rebel uprising to deal with in Candy of all places. That's kind of a blast from the past. I just never quite got to 0% recently, so. Soyan separatist hormones. Alright, so this explorer is in Africa now, and they're still basically at 100%, so they're just gonna keep going. And yeah, that's definitely not where you should be going. That's really the opposite of where you should be going, actually. Do we control any territory over there? Because I don't think we do. I'm pretty sure we do not control any territory. That's bad. These guys are definitely going to go in a route that might actually result in them getting crushed. Because their goal is to fucking circumnavigate the globe. Oh, never mind. They're going the right way now. Because I'm like, they're going north? Why? Doste. Alright, we've got overseas dominions now, which is a policy that we can put in if we want, but we don't really have any reason to, so we don't need it. We can get this Colonial Administration Act soon, which is, I think, very nice. And how are we doing over here? Looks like we have some claims, but not a lot forming. Congo's not big enough to really control themselves, I don't think. So, oh, do I want to just take this policy because it's free? Not really, no. I'm just going to wait until I finish administrative ideas. Because that totally makes sense. Doesn't make any sense. And just get rid of these, right? Yeah, I can just remove them. There's like a 10-year period where you can't, but I'm not going to finish getting the admin ideas done by then. So we can go ahead and just declare on Charca now. And conquer you. And once we've got that done, we can start moving in on the Mexican nations. So it looks like we're going to be the first to circumnavigate the globe because the AI is really slow to circumnavigate. I feel like the circumnavigation is a little strange because it happens so much later than the first circumnavigation actually happened. I feel like the amount of attrition that you suffer in coastal provinces, particularly like coastal provinces in like developed areas, is way too high because the way that people handled things back in the day was they would actually repair their shit when they were in appropriate locations. And it was super dangerous, and like, you know, people did lose a lot of stuff when they did it the first time, but it takes quite a while before it becomes really feasible. That said, though, I mean, I seem to have. Hey, we've circumnavigated the globe. Look at that. 100 prestige and a bunch of Navy tradition, which neither of which is really something that we need that much. So I can now refill garrisons. That's kind of cool. And let's see here. That's actually really cool. It's more of a multiplayer mechanic, though. It's not really that relevant against the AI, but for... Let's see. Okay, let's start obsessing about our wife again. That is the nature of our life. Let's see, how are we doing? We are 35, so... Oh, wow. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, so how are we doing here? We have a rank 2 stability dude. Do I want to invest in rank 2 advisors? So first things first. I still am sitting at rank 10 military tech. How am I spending all of my Diplo power for like the last 40 years? What have I been doing? Oh, right. I'm annexing vassals very quickly. I forgot about that. I'm annexing. That's 6. Okay, yeah, I can get it. I got you. Once we've got Bengal under our belt, we are done for now, I think. We're going to have to cool off for a bit. So once we've got Charkis under our belt... we can basically just... I think we're done at that point for now. And is this... What? Oh, is this not even... No, it is pro. We're good. Alright. It's all good. Okay, we wiped out their army. And... we have even less aggressive expansion now than we did before, because it turns out that as fewer and fewer nations exist in the regions that I have conquered, there are fewer and fewer nations to get annoyed with me when I conquer them. Okay, so we're just going to walk to... We're not going to walk. That's way longer than just taking a boat. Let's take a boat from here. Like normal human beings. Can I take a boat? Nope, I only have 20. So never mind, you are going to walk, because taking the boat is probably going to take longer if there's that many people. Okay, so this fleet could handle it, but I'm not sending them over. Okay. Alright, we have too many Diplo relations because we are too busy brooding over our wife to actually do our job, and that's fine. Ooh, 0.6. I like that. So as our tech is improving, we're getting access to new manufactories that will allow us to pump up all the locations that we weren't able to pump up before. So... when we annex Bengal, this is going to be crazy. The amount of money that we're going to add to this pot is just insanity. They have 270 trade power that they're using to just accumulate stuff there. This is going to be sexy. So our current income is 33 here. This is 30. I think the English Channel is going to fall really far behind right about now. This is the point where the English Channel starts suffering from the fact that they don't have all of Asia under their belt. Let's see here. So we should be able to spawn global trade then. Assuming, is global trade even next? I don't even remember what's next. Global trade is next. So I should spawn global trade. So global trade will spawn in 1600. Wait. Oh, Coromandel has to... Wait, what? I don't think that it has to be Coromandel. Coromandel is not... No, Coromandel is the... Wait, Coromandel is the highest value trade node in the game? What's the fucking highest then? This is 32. This is 32. Is there something worth more than 32? Don't call. Die. Let's see. Let's see. So Idar would be annoyed if I had them cede. Which province? Thana. Do I have a claim or a core? I don't need to change that, that's fine. I'll just leave it. Let's see here. Okay, so do we have... How are we doing on our progress toward controlling the territories we need for Bharat? We have not actually made any meaningful progress here. So we have Baluchistan, which is controlling this right now, and we do not have a claim on that right now. Oh, I can actually set another rival. Oh, the Timurids are a valid rival. Cool. So I'm going to make sure that I just always have every neighboring province set as a province that's important. And I don't think I need to go further north than this, so how far along are we now? We have one province here, so once we get this, we're set there. We need Surat, which we already have. We need this, which is easy to obtain, assuming that they actually give us claims. We have Gujarat. Oh, sorry, we have this, Mansura. We have this. And Multan, which is controlled by the Timurids. Interesting. Alright, so that is what we need to form the endgame tag. How are we doing in terms of states right now? We have 23 states and 25 territories. So even ignoring the fact that a good portion of our states are actually here and thus not counting toward the limit, we're actually well below the limit right now. We're in pretty good shape there. So what do I want to do about our situation here? Do I want to annex one vassal at a time, or do I actually want to start double fisting it? Because we've got all these vassals. Ooh, wow, that's a big separatist. That's a huge separatist army. Let's see. I think I might as well start annexing Jharkhand. Is Jharkhand the one that I want to annex? Yes. We've established that annexing Jharkhand is a good idea, so this is going to mean that I'm actually going to lose Diplo power. I'm going to stop gaining it completely. This is going to significantly weaken, not necessarily my colonial ventures, because I have so much colonial power already, but it's going to definitely weaken my ability to do certain other things, to like do naval stuff. My navy's going to be really weak for a while, but that's fine. It doesn't need to be a strong navy, right? So this is going to be recalled. Do I want to just send here? I think I'm just going to send here. It's easiest. So we're going to send there. We'll have 5 Californian territories taken. That will give us access to colonial California. And we will do I want to just declare a war? Is there any overlap? Whoops. Is there any non-overlap there? Yes, so that's going to add somebody to the list. So if I attack Chortley, they're allied with Shu and Konpek. So basically what I would want is to, I could just attack them directly, and that makes my life much easier. Then I set Chortley as a co-belligerent, and that brings in Kanpek. So that is this controlled situation right there. Unfortunately, it's going to require that I actually get through these guys, but I can always just declare war on them too, right? So who is it? Shu. Shu, Chortley is going to be co-belligerent, and declare. So we have access to here because our conquistador can guide us through here. So apparently we can walk through these provinces just by using a conquistador. We don't actually need military access. That's good to know. Okay, you know what? We're doing it. We had a crappy person before, and let's get 5% discipline for a little bit of cash. That's a good trade. I'm going to split this in half, actually. Never mind. I think I'm going to send you guys. Who the hell are you? Let's send this fleet over here. So basically, I'm just going to send this fleet here. And these guys should be in range, right? I really, really hope these guys are actually in my colonial range. Because now that I think about it, I have not expanded my colonial range basically at all. And netting 75 to... So, how many provinces do I already have over here? I guess we can just check. I cannot make that core. Huh. That's interesting. Kanpek cannot join, so I guess we're just going to declare this. We're not going to actually set anyone else as a co-belligerent. We're just going to declare this. And basically, we're now at war with this entire area, which is a pretty sizable area, but they have a really weak military compared to us, so I'm sure it'll be fine. So we are going to just pop over here, and hopefully... Where's my fleet? Bring the fleet back, because we're now... We've changed up our strat, so we're not going to probably be able to take anything from any of these people until we've actually won this war already. So Turball has become self-sustaining. Do we have... Yes, we do. So It's my understanding that the... Actually, never mind, I'm going to recall this person. It's my understanding that the colonial nations have a tendency to avoid colonizing in places that are not directly adjacent to them. So I tend to split that up a little bit just to get that, ensure that they're actually going to do their jobs. Now, let's see here. Peace offer from shortly. So, can I take any of your provinces right now? Yes, I can. And these are completely isolated and don't help me any, so that's fine. Is this a Chortley core? Yes, it is. So, if I piece out... I'm just going to have to piece out Chortley separately, I think. I'll piece out Chortley separately, take their thing once I've taken control of Pipil. I think once I've taken Pipil, it'll automatically just give me the ability to do that. Do I want to take more, or do I want to just take the 5? Is this shoe... Okay, Zapotec has this as a thinger. So we have one more of these that's going to core, and as soon as it cores, I will be creating another colonial nation here. Let's see here. Shu does consider this province to be core. So that means it is non-trivial. Oh, whoops. I don't necessarily want that province because I can't core it right now anyway. So I'm just going to walk over here. So we've got this going over here. What is our goal? So I guess by looking at this, if I could just take this little chunk here, that would actually be really useful. So the question is, do I want to do that? Who else am I at war with here? So we are not going to name this. We will name it next time. I'll go through all the names and what they mean the next time I stream. But for now, I don't... Oh, there were 3 random... So there were 23 here. I was like, where did my ships go? Do we seriously have... Oh god, I had colonists that weren't even being used at all. What is this crap? Do we want Cascadia? Do we want Cascadia? I think I actually am going to colonize Cascadia. Okay, so... If only because having these is very useful. So you are fine. You need some subsidies. So I'm going to go ahead and give them 5, apparently, because that's what it takes. How much am I paying out in subsidies, actually? Let's take a look at my subsidies right now. Only 17. So apparently I've stopped paying subsidies to a considerable number of my thingers at this point. Okay, so do I want... I'm wondering how I want to handle this situation here. We should probably... Ooh, oh, we're so close. So once we've got Bengal taken off the list, we can basically add in a new thinger. And that's fine. So it looks like they've sent all their peeps over there. So that's why I had an extra colonist. I had an extra colonist because of that. So the reason it's not showing up me as having any colonies is not because I don't have any colonies. It's because all my people are busy. Let's see. So let's hope that I don't really screw up my economy by building like eight colonies at a time or something silly like that. Let's see here. We can build another one here. And we're just going to keep building up this stuff because we might as well. Okay, just won the Siege of Moran. We're going to pop down here. I do not have a lot of war score here, considering that I've just taken multiple things here. Hey, look at that! Corporation cost reduction, just in time for me to take control of a shit ton of stuff. Okay, so these guys are going to just run away from me and be a huge, major nuisance. So we're just going to go back to Pipple. And we are going to just carpet siege, I guess. So who is your ally? Tomi Kanpek. Kanpek isn't in this war, it's in a different war. Chichi Naked. Okay, so... Oh, interesting. So the Aztecs... Okay, so we've got these guys up here. The Aztecs are a vassal somebody. Otomi. Gotcha, and Otomi is here. So basically it looks like we've declared war with pretty much the entire subcontinent all at once. That's fun. Okay. So that's a thing that happened. What are we going to do about this? I don't know how many troops there are going to be in this general vicinity, because there probably are quite a few, be my guess. But I guess not, because they've all kind of wandered off. There's a lot of troops up north. And those troops up north are definitely not, like, doing anything to me. So, oh, nice! We just took control of a siege that's at 57%. Oh, that's so good. Interesting. I should have read that, actually. Huh. Wait, oh my god. Oh my god, the Ming explosion, it just keeps getting worse. Holy crap. That is pretty impressive. Okay, so we're going to look over here again, and this is 34% war score that we are asking for. If we can just basically plow through them. Do we have anything convenient to walk into that would be useful for And Peck is not even the right, like, enemy. Oh, I get it. The reason... So I'm not going to be able to fight their army at all, because I'm going to have to, like, go all the way... This is, like, all rebels all the time. I don't really want to walk through, like, every rebel in South America, so we're going to split this army in half, which is something I should have done a while ago. Zapotec has had a doomsday event. Uh-oh. Mercenary discipline is not bad. Trade ship proposition. I don't use trade ships really, so none of this is relevant except this. So let's just do that. Okay. How are you feeling? Still not there yet, but they're getting pretty close actually. So we can basically just take 5 provinces off of them, and then move on to Shu. Or rather, we can take 4 provinces off of them. Do we have it? Because for whatever reason, that one province and nothing else is Shu core. So I can just take all 4 of these, question mark, and then take Chortli, and start coring all of that. And once I've cored those, I'll be able to get everything else automatically. Okay. Are you ready? You are not ready. I am scared to walk into those rebels, not gonna lie. Yeah, just declaring war is certainly one way to get access to someone's nation. Let's see here. 74. We are going to have you just go around to Shu itself, because might as well. And that's not even a coastal thing. So, do we need to siege this coast anymore? I don't think so. We're fine. Let's just go around. Alright, so we have just integrated Bengal. That should have a pretty massive impact on our income. So West Bengal is... Oh, we didn't state this? I guess it doesn't matter a huge amount, but I think we should state that later, actually. Next is... Okay, never mind. We're just going to go over here manually. And let's take a look here. That is so much. Oh, man. Oh, it's so good. This area is just so rich. Is so rich. Is rich with flavor. And we're going to go ahead and state this as well. That way when we integrate Pegu later, we're already set. So I need 4 more seats of parliament. That's easy to do because we just got so many like ridiculously good provinces. So where's our 24 at? Here's our 24. Let's do that. So we have Dhaka, which is 15. 19 in Gouda. Go ahead and do that. Anything else that's super relevant? We did Kutak. Okay, so Satgon. And we're set. We have enough seats of parliament. Hot diggity. So, now here's the question. How many states do we have now? We now have 28 states, 25 territories. We're not going to run into the corruption modifier for a while. We still have quite a few that we can obtain, but not as many as you'd think. We have quite a few, but not an unlimited number. Alright, so down here we have the extremely slow-paced war that I've been going into. And let's see here. I think this will be worth it. This is the one that has... This leader does not have any siege. There. I think we're just going to pop forward now. And... Do we need... I could just take these three. I can core those immediately. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to core these three. And we're currently at war with Chortley, or Chorty rather. And so once we annex them, we are not at war with them anymore. Unfortunately, that took some of our extremely rare and valuable resource, the Diplo points. That's okay, though. So we've taken control of some of these provinces here now. We can go ahead and core you now. Once we've cored one of these, we will then be able to core the rest of core Chortley itself, and that will be good for us. So I'm just going to wait here, and oh geez, that is a big army. Okay. I'm actually going to put them south and have them deal with the stuff the way that I want, and basically I'm going to just keep this war going and be ready to fully annex all of Shu all at once. Let's see, how much money am I making now? I have 22 colonies maintenance, which seems a little excessive. And let's see here. I have overextension for so Redoubt Corruption is giving me a ton of money out. How are we doing here? Coromandel is now 36. Are you the biggest trade node in the world now? Okay, so that's good. So Coromandel is now going to absolutely 100% spawn global trade. I will get global trade. There's no question of that. Nice. Now, do I want... Yakui has become self-sustaining. I don't have a person sent to all of these. So we now have 5. 5 is definitely the limit for how many we want to have. So I'm going to go ahead and just send somebody to Tohono. Call it a day. And again, somebody might... Okay, so we won this siege. So Konpek is... I don't think I set them as co-belligerent, right? So who am I in war with? Shu and Konpek. So that's not too bad. So we should be able to get pretty close to 100% war score against them, I think. They're all popping down here. And it looks to me like they don't have a very large army, really. This is going to be interesting to see, because we do not have a lot of troops here. Should I have done this differently? Probably, but it's fine. We'll see how it goes. Holy crap! That escalated quickly. Hoo boy. Okay then. Bye. Okay, so we're basically just going to get a 100% war score against these guys. And once we've done that, because Shortly is not... Yeah, Shortly is the only entity that has a core there. So since nobody else has a core there, we should have an easy time here. Let's see here. Basically, we're just going to sit on full annexation until we have finished probably our first round. Do I want to send troops? Itza separatists. This right here, I think, is the Itza separatists. I don't think I need to worry about any others spawning, but I'm actually going to move these guys over here just in case. Okay, we only have 18,000 troops left, or 18,000 manpower left at any rate. These guys can do their business. New Spain is being occupied by the Wichita. That's interesting. So they're currently fighting other folks. There's Spanish Louisiana here. And this is actually a fort, so it's a good thing that I sent people here. Okay, Siege of Shu is done, and we're now at 79%. So here's a question. I cannot make this court. That is fair. Okay, this is fine. I don't want to handle this. So my goal here is basically to... They only have 2,000 troops left, apparently. So between both nations, they only have 2,000 troops. Do I have... Yes, I do. Okay, so I have military access through this nation. Once my truce is up with them, I can go annex them completely, probably. And let's see, do I have anything on Zapotec? I don't think I do. I do not have anything to go in on Zapotec, so we're going to go ahead and get them on the list. And we're going to get the rest of this stuff done. Yeah, I definitely made mistakes earlier. I should have sent some of my people up to here. Colonial Columbia. It's actually really funny how far behind my navy is. I should actually use Influence Nation on all of my vassals. I just said that, but I'm still not going to because I'm lazy. But I should actually do that on every vassal. Because Influence Nation is going to give them some extra monarch points. And, I mean, it makes them like you more as well, but that's not as relevant. This is actually fine. The next government reform just gives me extra states, and I'm not actually at my limit yet, so... I'm not going to be at my limit for a while. So I've actually been going pretty slow. I feel like this late in the game I probably should have been capped out on states by now. Okay. You guys can get recalled. And we can keep working on Cascadia, I guess. Boop. Yeah, I didn't focus at all on the East Coast, so stakes remained. So those Itza separatists, I think, are just going to get purged here. which means that we're going to be at 100% war score, basically. And then we'll be set. So we just lost an advisor. And we can go ahead and get a rank 2 Diplo advisor. More Diplo points and more spent Diplo points, now that I think about it, so that's lovely. It's all together. Nope. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna go here. Okay, so Siri is now self-doing. And apparently I overdid it in California. I didn't need to go that far. Let's see. I don't think. Did I? No, never mind. Thought that I'd already formed Colonial California, but I did not. Okay, so once this is cored, we can start coring our way north. And in this war, we should be able to take... Oh, that's interesting. This is only 83% war score. Oh, yeah. That's actually a problem. Okay. Inflation, stability cost, prestige. Huh. Let's go with inflation. Do I want to go inflation? Nope, I'm at 0% inflation. So never mind that. We're going to go with missionary strength. No, production efficiency. Let's do it. Production efficiency. Go, go, go. We have an explorer ready to explore the Northeast Pacific, and we should be pretty close to done actually with like naval exploration. We just have this area up here, so northern Canada is I think the only area left to explore. So once we have gotten this done, so how much is that right now? This is 65% war score. That's war score. War score is not the same thing as what I'm talking about. It's only 54% overextension. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start doing the search for the 7 cities of gold again after we have left someone here to do that business. How are we doing with other stuff? That is so nice. I like seeing that huge army there. It's going to be very useful when the inevitable wars against Portugal start. I do think that Portugal is like very weak right now. It seems to me that Portugal has not expanded eastward at all. So since they haven't expanded eastward at all, and I don't see them in Asia either, I feel like we're in pretty good shape. So Portugal, how you doing? How you doing, Portugal? They are allied with Spain and Austria, the Teutonic Order, and Ferrara. None of those entities are relevant to me. So I think that as soon as I have a navy that's up to date, I should be in pretty good shape. This should be sufficient to actually accomplish my objectives. So I'll also use the crown lands. Not a great thing to have to do, but it's fine. Yeah, let's grant our enemy commissions first. And that's not that expensive. Military support doesn't matter. done. Okay, so that cost is significantly reduced. We can now fabricate a claim on Zapotec. And now we are ready to go after them whenever we want. Oh, did we core this already? Then I guess we can core this now. So the second that shortly cores, we'll be able to do a lot of work over here. Our army has no tradition, but is exceptionally professional. Let's see. Anything else that we need right now? We're not making as much money as I would expect. That is legitimately a lot of farming maintenance right now. Okay, we lost the colonialism constantly against Portugal. So my hope is that at some point Spain will get into a fight against France or something that it's losing, and I can basically just declare on Portugal and take entire colonial regions for myself. Just take over all of Brazil or something. That shouldn't be terribly difficult to do. Do I have something else that I need? Okay, I'm going to just start spying on Otome since they seem to be the head honcho around here. That's not great. So this gives us 54% overextension. Causes the possibility of having a coalition, but it doesn't really, to be honest. Can add this. This does not actually cost any Diplo power. Doing that is useful. That splits the whole thing. So if I do it this way instead, that allows me to take control of their capital, but I think their capital is like twice as expensive. No, I think I did set them as a co-belligerent. So that's 94%. So if I core, if I were to core all of this, the way that it would have to go is this is going to get cored first, but all of these, no, only 3 of these will be coreable. I'm going to do this. I want them to be able to actually core this shit. I don't want to be giving them a snaky thing that I don't like. So we're going to do this. That's fine. We don't want the call for peace. It's not a good thing to have going on. And we can deal with the unrest. Unfortunately, we do not have a single line here. We have multiple lines that have been made. That's okay though. So Cuba, we're not going to core anything over here because we have the 5 nations, or the 5 things that we need. Let's confirm that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, yes. As soon as this finishes, we're forming a colonial nation again, and that will allow us to continue the warpath. How are we doing on overextension right now? We are doing fine. We have 65% overextension. If we declare war on Zapotec, we don't have anything that is controlled. It's one of their cores. So we could just declare on Zapotec. Okay, I guess we're going to protect them from their noble rebels. Bye. I guess I could have gotten them on the boats. Alright, so what's next? We have so Maul was doing this business. Do we have any good... Oh, wow. They're allied with Hormuz. Hormuz is so tiny now. Oh, and they don't have a truce with me anymore. They're allied with the Ottomans? Oh, that's perfect. So they're allied with the Ottomans, but they're so tiny now that I should be able to just, like, take them, I think. They only have one of my cores now, so Oman has the other core. Looks like I should have just taken a piece out of Oman and made that into a vassal instead of vassalizing somebody who already existed. That's fine, though. Let's see. We've got you guys chilling up here. So, New Spain is a little large. How big is the Spanish Empire? So Spain is actually pretty sizable. They've got a lot going for them right now because they have all those European holdings and they have a ton of the American holdings. I'm actually glad that I'm taking control of Mexico. If I can get control of most of the trade node here, that would actually be really good for me. Because if I can take control of most of Mexico, then I can at least eat the majority of the trade power there, and then prevent a lot of the American, like particularly the Mexican stuff from getting all the way to Europe. The Caribbean is always going to be a problem for me, but it's fine. I guess I can probably take the Caribbean quickly if I do certain things. If I fight a war against Spain, but Spain is the third ranked great power. That's quite a nuisance. So I'm kind of waiting on this core. Do I have other things that I want to be doing right now? Shanpur has only 20 aggressive expansion now, which means that maybe I should actually just go after Gujarat now. I think I should. Take these 2 units, send them here, and can I get them all the way to here? I cannot. So I think we might actually annex Hormuz. Okay, these guys are not terribly useful. These guys are also not terribly useful. So this 17,000 here should have... How about we take you and send you here, and we take you and send you here, and then we have the right number for our boat. Alright, so we have a nice little fleet here. I'm actually going to just put this fleet in charge of... take control of more Bengal trade. Why do we only have 56% actually? That's surprisingly low. Oh, Pegu and Delhi. How does Delhi have so much? Delhi has 42% caravan power. Bengal. Isn't caravan power only applied to non-coastal trade nodes? I thought a caravan power was only applied to non-coastal trade nodes. Is Bengal misclassified? Is it something special about them? That's weird. I do not know what that's about. Alright, let's see. We got... Okay, so Klamath has grown enough to become self-sustaining. It's hard to keep track of where these people are going. And let's see here. Okay, so recall you. Send somebody to... here, I guess? Question mark. Yeah, someone here. Okay, so now we can look over here and say, are we ready to start making new punching bags? And the answer is no. I want to actually see how much they're going to core right off the bat, like how much they're immediately able to start coring, because it's important to know how much leeway I have. And you, next month will be good. Oh no. How could the rains fail and I have monsoons at the same time? That doesn't make sense. Pretty sure that's what I just saw. There's no rains. Oh, but also you have a monsoon that blows everybody up. Both at the same time. It's crazy. Oh, actually, do I want this army here or do I want this army over here? I think I'm going to have this army deal with Hormuz first. I'm just going to deal with the Hormuz situation immediately. And then once I've taken over... Actually, I'm probably not going to take over all this Hormuz territory. I'm probably not going to do too much to them because it's going to be a huge amount of aggressive expansion that I don't really need. This whole area is something that I'm going to be sort of annexing through eventually, but I don't need to do it right now. All right, so Hormuz has a single ship here. We are going to declare war on their ally here. Interestingly enough, this area is this one of the places that we need for that mission? Oh, formalize separation of powers. Nice. Okay, so Form Barat does not require that. It requires Halar. Do we have that? Yes, we have a claim on that. Perfect. Okay, perfect. We are going to take all of it. Maybe. Let's take a look here. You are still allied with the Ottomans. So, yep, we're going to just declare on Gujarat here. Gujarat has an army somewhere, but I don't need to care. Combat is right here, so we're going to go ahead and just make the declaration. We will send these guys here. We will send these guys here. They'll meet up. It'll be great. And this army here will just chill, because they don't really need to do anything as far as I can tell. So it looks like this navy, this fleet needs to pop over here. Colonial border conflict, uh-oh. You guys can sort this crap out yourselves. Not my business. I have better things to do. Y'all. Ooh, nice! Mauritian infantry. Let's do it. Not necessarily required that I do that, but fine. Alright, so they are now locked in. They can't really go anywhere. And they can't mess with my vassals anymore, which is the important thing. Do we seriously have the entire Idar army here? Okay, thanks, guys. I'm so happy that you came to help. So this army here is just going to chill, I guess. Do I need to do anything? Okay, so we have 2, 3 that are on recall, is it? Nope, we only have 2 on recall. I think we probably have multiple people on their way. We have at least 1 on the way. So yeah, we're not gonna pull someone back yet. We don't really make that much money. Oh yeah, all that overextension. That overextension, man, it is rough. That is rough business. Okay, so hey, Poutine. So, we're coring this. Once that's cored, they will start doing their business. And we will see what happens. We're still not cored. Okay, I guess I should probably focus on my war then. Do I want to send my cannons? Yeah. Yeah, my sleep schedule has been just completely and utterly in a ridiculous place. So I'm not I haven't been able to stream at like appropriate times. But oh well, it's fine. It's fine. It's not exactly fine, but it's something vaguely resembling fine, right? So let's stop building the spy network here because we don't need it. Problem? Oh, can I not form a colonial nation while I'm at war? I think I cannot form a colonial nation while I am currently at war. So that's a problem. That's a sizable problem. Oh, never mind. It spawned. We're fine. I'm going to be naming these later. I'm not naming them at this second. Why are you going all the way over there, where you're more vulnerable? Alright, let's do a quarantine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, let's take a look here. We've got... you, which our vassal has a claim on, and I have a core on, but the claim takes priority because this game is a very strange game sometimes. It doesn't handle... Oh, you know what, I'm just going to take the infantry out, put them here, and then move on from there. So where did these guys go? But I wasn't paying enough attention. I guess I probably just should have sent the whole army there, but I wanted efficiency. The efficiency turned out to be not efficient. Let's see. Okay, oh, I guess that means that I can now look and see how much these guys are coring. So, they are coring this. They are not coring this. This is already cored, I'm an idiot. Let's see. They are coring this. And I need to give them money. Okay. So you guys can now start doing it yourself. How much stuff are they coring? They're only coring a couple of provinces, so we are definitely going to need to give a little bit of a rest to colonial Mexico and start focusing our conquests somewhere else so that these guys could actually expand. Let's see here. Do we have a truce with you? We sure do. 6 more years. And anybody else that we need to annex? Not really. Not right now. I might actually just hunt for the 7 cities since it seems like I'm not able to do what I wanted to do. And what else are we going to do? We got a bunch of armies just chilling over here doing absolutely nothing. I have 18,000 infantry just chilling. Just chilling. Okay, so do we have all of our claims now? Dar has a claim on you. Dar has a claim on you. Idar has a claim on you. Idar has a claim on you. Nice. Idar has a claim on you. Alright, so we're going to not quite annex them, but we're going to come pretty dang close. This is going to pump Idar up quite a lot. But all of 0% for everybody. How about that? Oh, that's interesting. It's a little depressing, actually, considering that we just conquered them. Just conquered like half their territory and they're being so nice to us. This is not fair. This is unacceptable. So, now we just sorted by war score. And that's 100% war score. And, well, not 100%. And let's see. This could conceivably cause a coalition to form. I'm kind of the mind of come at me, brah. Not gonna lie. Okay, we're gonna do it. I don't even care. Most of those places already have a truce with us, so it's not like a huge risk. And interestingly enough, I just completed a mission again. So, center trade. Oh, that's cool. So we've got 2 centers of trade that get upgraded there. I guess I probably should have done that differently. So this gives me a claim on the Malaya region if I do this. Orissa is not actually... Why do I have no aggressive expansion here? I just conquered like 1,000,000 things over here. But okay, whatever. So you are currently in a war. You're allied with the Ottomans. And they can't declare war on me or join a coalition as long as they've got that transfer trade power thing going. So I could cancel the transfer trade power if I want. Malwa I can declare war on if I want. If I do, then I can take... Do I want to fight the Timurids right now? Not really. I'm kind of tired. I don't want to fight the Timurids right now. It's 11 o'clock at night. Okay, I think we're probably, because I'm now feeling like, oh, well, I'm actually tired and I don't want to fight the Timurids. I think that that's a good sign that now is a good time for me to end the stream, actually. So we've now conquered a good portion of colonial Mexico. We're going to continue trying to expand through the Americas. Having these really large colonial nations is actually very helpful because a lot of war score exists in the Americas, and it's extremely time-consuming and annoying to try and take that for yourself. If you are trying to micromanage every single province in America, it is annoying as hell. So having large colonial nations that can basically just beat up the other colonial nations is really useful because then all that war score just starts funneling toward you passively instead of funneling away from you passively when you're in the wars with the colonial nations. And like if you just ignored the colonies completely, they actually have a pretty sizable amount of war score that you would be able to get from them, and you're weakening yourself, arbitrarily and unnecessarily by doing so. So I think that we are going to just end things here for today. I have to get some names for all these colonial nations that we have managed to create. And I actually need to look at what these missions are going to require. And I also need to take a look at my states. We have 28 states right now. So we only have the ability to make 3 more states. So we don't really have a lot of reason to keep annexing vassals. We can do it if we want, but it doesn't really... I guess the advantage of that is that it allows us to get another new vassal and stuff like that. There's a little bit of advantage to it, but right now we're not going to get a huge amount of power out of actually annexing people yet. Like the difference between annexing... We're probably going to lose power every time we annex, and then we'll regain it when we start making a new powerful vassal out of them. So we've got Genoa as our biggest competitor right now. So luckily Spain doesn't have full control over Genoa, so they're not like just sending everything into here, because that would be a serious trouble if that was the case. If everything wasn't going to Sevilla from the colonies as much as they could do it, and they were sending all this money in here, it's like, okay, well, GG. But yeah, we should be able to actually get global trade to spawn in our nation. That'll be really useful, and then we can move on from there. So that's going to be it for today. So thank you for watching. It has been a pleasure to stream for you today, and I hope to see you all again next time when I will probably be doing more of this, but you never know. You never know.